Let's get our thumbnail up here. What the frick? Where is it at? There it is. Okay. Boom. Alright, first things first, let's get some tablets. Actually, let's refresh this first. Wait, what's the DPS on this bow? 532. Yeah, that's pretty good, honestly. Okay, we're gonna look for a precursor tablet first. Hold on, let's make sure we got our everything hooked up. There we go. Okay, let's get our precursor tablets from the old trade site. We need irradiated, 10 uses. We're gonna need rare monsters because that's what we're going for here. It's a rare monsters. Then we want what is it? I guess the other thing is just we don't want waste stones. No waste stones. Okay, let's see what do we get. What do we get? Let's see if we get like a 34. Merry spirits, essence, summoning circles. Do this strong box? Yeah, we'll just do a regular one. It says Merry Spirit one. Hey, how's it going, Joe? What's up? Just getting set up for some maps, picking up some precursors before we get going. We just need some breach ones. Let's see. Breaches. 10. Additional monsters and breaches. Hopefully we get some news in the next day or so for the you know, it could be any time this week. Realistically, I'm expecting it sometime in the first half, you know, first few days. Like it's already what, like Tuesday over there, so usually before their weekend, so before Thursday. It's a little bit of bait, but also like it could happen at any time. Sometimes they drop these at like I've seen them drop stuff at like 8 o'clock at night on East Coast time. So let's see. Should actually check that out. Like look at when they dropped the last for the last league. What time? Let's see if I could find that on their Discord. Maybe a. Oh wait, what's this? Oh no, that's just a. They did release like a boss versus boss thing. That's it. First Herald Benedictus, First Herald of Utopia. Who the fuck is? Oh, that's the guy from the. It's the guy from. What's it called? Dig site. They released that, I guess, a little boss versus boss video. Let's see. Doesn't mean they're not going to release something else though. It's been kind of quiet from them in the past few days. I mean, like it was the weekend, but still, like even they usually like will like respond to stuff like what is it? Things like issues people have on like that they post on the forum. They'll like respond to them and they'll show up in the on their Discord and the GGG tracker. But they've been pretty quiet, which to me sounds like that they're gearing up for some announcements, getting everyone some rest. let's see, what do we got here? So this released the end of August. So let's see. Major updates for Path of Exile. August 29th is the release date. So when they announced this was 8/7. Looks like they were when they released the last league's first announcement, which was accompanied with a little teaser trailer. It came out at 10:30 at night on my time and East Coast, so they're not above throwing stuff out there pretty late. Could happen. Could happen today. Let's see, and that was like, yeah, okay. So yeah, I think everyone's just on a GGG watch, you know, hoping to hear something. I'm pretty certain we have to hear something this week, just given that the timeline is so short for till the next league. Like, we realistically have like what, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 weeks if they're like, you know, really pushing early December into the middle of the month. So like, they can't really mess around too much, which is good. I like I know this is like closer to 3 months than 4 months, and the last one was a little bit longer than 4 months. It's closer to 5 months. But I like that they're getting sort of like quicker with that they can run on sort of a shorter timeline. Honestly, like, I'd rather have shorter timelines and get like a little less content than longer timelines and have a bunch of air, you know, dead air, because you know the leagues do die pretty, you know, after a couple of months they're pretty much done. But obviously that's mostly going to be because of the holiday. Where are we going here? Let's find something fun. Let's do Asmeri Range. Yeah, anything can happen. Honestly, their timelines are pretty like their timelines are tight, but when they actually release content throughout the day can be pretty up in the air. I've like woken up in the middle of the night and seen them like have like a post up and been like, what the hell is this? But yeah, and actually just looking at that timeline there. So the last one was, so the first trailer for that was released on the 7th of August, so approximately like what, 3 weeks before. So, and we're about 3 weeks before, right? Yeah, December 5th or I think that there's a possibility that we still see it on the 12th. It depends on how you actually look at the month. Like, the way GGG looks at time seems to be a little bit different than we we sometimes do. Like, you know, like the last one there, like, it'll release in August, and it released on August 29th, which is still August, but it's also like, you know, kind of stretching the proposed 4-month timeline into basically 5 months. So if it came on August 12th, I wouldn't be surprised. It's still the first half of the month, you know? But yeah, right now it looks like we're probably about 3 weeks out from the beginning of August, and their last league, the one that we're currently in, was they gave us the trailer and the exact date 3 weeks out, so we're right there. In fact, let me just check one more thing with that. Let me see the date. So August 7th. So that was like a Thursday though, so you know, who knows though? Who knows? Well, that Thursday for us is Friday for them, so it could come later in the week, but I presume it's going to be a little earlier. Just because of their shortened timeline. They don't have very much time. Gotta start setting up the expectations for everyone. It's gonna be can't wait, honestly. It's gonna be a good time. Yo, probably just came up. Okay. Didn't see Cautious there for a second. Oh, there's Omniphobia. So one good thing about running 3 Paranoids now is that you have more Delirium on the map, so your chance of getting more map bosses is much higher. Or, I shouldn't say much higher, but higher. Because there's more Delirium. And this single pit nonsense, though. Yep, there we go. Just off to a good start. Yep. Was it, been having decent luck lately. In general. I mean, like, it's not, at this point, it's not luck, because now we have nearly 150 rarity. We've got, you know, we've got everything we sort of need to not call it luck, I would say. Like, it's still RNG for sure, but you know, we're juicing for that. Yeah, rarity on Waystone and the rest is Paranoia, and then just all rare monsters on the tablets. Yeah, that's where we're at. And like we're getting, like if we, so we're in, these are probably like pretty similar numbers to what we're gonna get, which is like over 200 of both rarity and rare monsters without some sort of like weird RNG bump that you get from like, because like I think if you go into like a corrupted map or like a map with what's it called? Like a cleanse map, I think that boosts it like inherently. Like there's usually a pretty big boost on it from theirs. But like just a regular map, we're getting about over 200 on each of them. Plus we having, you know, like I said, the 150 rarity on the gear doesn't hurt. Not a fan of this map for breaches though, I'll be honest. Feels like they're always pretty sparse. Oh yeah, you know, I was running it still. Like I forgot to, like I didn't think about it with when I first got the new gloves, which gave me the more rarity. And I was still dropping good shit like all the time. Like it's not like it didn't get worse. You know what I mean? Like it could have only gotten better. But yeah, it's good either way for sure. I just feel like having that extra rarity whenever you have a little bit less rarity balances out. In general, it's just like a balancing game. That's why like when I made that video, it's like this is what works for me specifically, and I kind of like, you know, went over my gear and everything, because it's like if you have a little bit less gear, then you can kind of assume that less rarity on your gear, you could assume that maybe you need a little bit more on your, you know, on a tablet or in your paranoia or something like that. And in that video I was going to actually include like what the map rarities ended up, but they ended up like having a pretty big, like you could have like a pretty big swing, like, you know, like just because you had a lot of rarity or a lot of rare monsters doesn't necessarily mean that you're automatically dropping stuff. So I was like, I don't really think that's like super necessary. Like there are times that I'll go, even with my rarity now, I'll go into a map that's like super juiced, it's got tons of rarity, and I won't get anything. So it's like that almost seems like it's more about the collective, the consistency, you know, being able to do 10 or so maps and get something out of it versus like worrying about individual numbers. It's easy to get lost in the sauce with the numbers. Oh wow, she jumped right up. Jumped out of my lightning rod for a little bit. Goo. Okay. I think I have another ritual. We'll go do the other ritual just for fun. Every now and then a divine drops out of one. So where is it at? 1, 2, 3. Sit back here. Oh, there it is. Just take the long way. Pick up that gloom shrine. Favorite looking shrine. Love the purple explosions. Where you at, Kosis? Is there anything else? I mean, I might as well take these, why not? Take a resurgence, why not? Yeah, I don't need anything else, so. There's 2 monsters, up 0 monsters on the map. Cool. Great. Yeah, I've been watching some videos of PoE 1 to try to get an idea of like how delve works, in case that ends up being the mechanic, because a lot of people have mentioned that they think that that's a good mechanic and a likely one because it's pretty well received and would make a good addition. And people have said there's like some NPC chatter in this league that kind of made it seem like that was going to go that way. I'm not 100% certain about the NPC chatter, but the mechanic seems pretty cool. Basically just like an infinite dungeon where you get to go, like, basically effectively push a minecart to a specific location. And the location is basically like, it's almost like a make your, I don't want to invoke Trials of Sekima because so many people like it, but like effectively like you get to choose like different rooms that you go to for different rewards, and then effectively fight your way through into different levels. And so many levels have after so many levels you end up with a boss, and you know and basically the material that you're getting from them is crafting material. I didn't look too much into how the crafting materials work in Delve, but a lot of people say they are pretty powerful and helpful, so I like all that. That all sounds really good to me. I want to do another Rosemary range. Damn. Let's see. Step. I don't want to get jumped. Crimson Shore. I haven't done a Crimson Shores for a while. I like Sandspit though. We're gonna do Sandspit. Okay. Let's jam through this Sandspit real quick. Sandspit's nice. Real nice linear map. Double-sided though, so you get a little bit more density. There you go. Casas. Go for your pits. Gotta get the pits done. Damn. Yellow coffer and no divine. Wouldn't you know it? Alright. Oh. I shouldn't have got that. I should have waited. I'm gonna go hit the breach early because I grabbed the Covetous Shrine. That's gonna be helpful for that. I usually like to make sure that I uncover this whole map first because I can make sure I don't run into dead ends in the middle. but I made a little bit of an error there with the Covetous Shrine. Just fine. We're just having fun anyway at this point in the league. I say in the league, but we're very much barely in the league. We're so far at the tail end. Okay, so this is good. We should be able to go across. Oh no, we can't go across there. God damn it. See, that's why you want to unveil everything. So you want to make it across here so we can... Oh damn, a little late. Okay, not a biggie. See, it would have been nice to make it across that section earlier. Still got 10 seconds on the shrine. Let's clear what we can. I mean, we'll take a Great Wolf, I guess. Correct, smelting. Everyone's favorite lineage support gem. Smelting isn't bad for the, if you're running an armor break titan, especially like since they're kind of, if you've got 10 of them in your thing and you decide to start a warrior and you're going the armor break route, you can just throw that in there. It's pretty good. Armor break is, if you haven't played warriors, kind of undervalued, I think. There's only 2 monsters left on the map, so I end up just heading out. But let me check, because I did not really go over the breaches area to see if there was anything I missed. Maybe not, but okay, now there's 0 monsters on the map. Okay, we're gonna grab. Oop, look at that Chaos Orb, missed that guy. Okay. Make sure we didn't miss any fractured mirrors on the other side in that empty section there. Alright, cool. Moving on. Next map. Even if Sandspit doesn't drop anything, I still like the map. It's a good map. Something. Cool. Up to 36 million gold. So much I don't know what to do with it. Sun Temple. Oh man, I hate Sun Temple so much. Is there? I'd really like to find a Sun Temple enjoyer. Does anyone like that stuff? I do Chanel. I like a Chanel. Switch back to Nova real quick. Yeah, Sun Temple's horrible. It's funny though, because when I run it, I'll drop a div pretty much almost every time, and I feel like it's them. I feel like it's GGG basically being like, please run this map. Like, please, we increase the drop rates on this map because people hate it. Can't get me to do that though. Yeah, I ran one the other day, like totally unjuiced just to path through it, and I dropped the div on like the first mob. It was hilarious. I was like, really guys? You guys really want me to run these maps, don't you? Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Not one bit. Dude, these single pit maps, man. Single pit, no swings. Maybe I'll put, I hope we get an ancient bone today. I haven't seen one in so long. I've been lamenting on it and kind of crashing out about it lately. It just doesn't seem like it seems like they removed them from the game for me specifically. I guess. If I can get like a ancient bone to drop, that'd be super awesome. I'm always thinking about like the things that I haven't got this league and whether or not I'm gonna drop them. I mean, I've gotten every type of ancient bone at one point or another. I've gotten the collarbone, jawbone, and ribs, so multiple times of each of them besides the collarbone. I've only got one collarbone. But, second breach, nice. Hopefully that leads this. Hopefully these breaches lead to some goodness. Oh. Chaos, I'll take you. And then got some. Yep, nothing up there. It's gonna be this way. Game's looking pretty choppy today, but we'll deal with it. Okay, we'll do this middle one first. This middle breach. It's in a good spot. As long as I can get to all the areas and not run into shit like I just did. Here without the lag. There we go. I knew it was on the trail. Okay. These maps are pretty good from my experience on getting good drops. It is kind of a big map though, kind of hard to breach. Like, it's not bad for breaches, it's just hard to breach because of all the different directions it'll have you go to really get through everything. Definitely helps to have a fast build. You calm down, Shroud Walker. Let's get down this southern section here. Oh shit, there's monsters that way. I'm probably gonna miss them. Oh, no, we got them. those splanners. I think it's going to be pretty much the end of this map. I don't think we got... What are you talking about, Delwyn? Are you over here? What are you complaining about? Make sure I have my Discord up. Yeah, we're right in the 3 week before the league starts area, 3 to 4 weeks. So definitely got to be sometime this week for the trailer. I can imagine they want to make sure that they drop those trailers at just the right time. Let's see. Horrible map. Or Waystone, I should say. Or Precursor, whatever. Too many similar. They look good. I was gonna say they look like Precursors. They're not. Okay. Or they look like Waystones. Jeez. Misspeaking all over the place. Okay, Canyon. I don't mind a Canyon, but I'd rather have like a Steaming Springs or something. Willow. I like Willow, but it's kind of been ass for drops for me. I don't want to do another channel. What do we got here? Mineshaft. Mineshaft's not bad, I just don't really love the map. I like Burial Bog, but I never get anything out of it. Like, just talking out loud. Just thinking out loud here. We got Cliffside. Oh, Cliffside's absolutely the worst. The worst map at the worst boss. There are bosses that I probably dislike more, but it's right up there. Do Vol City. I like a Vol City. Vol Cities are usually decent. In fact, two of my best drops of the league have been in Vol Cities. One being the Rite of Passage Golden Charm and a Hainakora's Lock, both dropped in a Vol City. So I've been becoming pretty superstitious with the Vol Cities. I run them whenever I get them. Let's see, Vol City, run Vol City. Earlier in the league, it used to be like the map where I died the most, so I was like kind of stayed away from them a little bit. But now, want that. Want those big drops. Would be cool to see another lock, but I feel like one lock per league is probably the limit. At least seems rare enough. Oh my god, another single pit. What the hell? They hate me, man. Like, we have to like really crush his dream of getting another Ancient Bone this entire league. You'll not give him another Ancient Bone. Oh, that's a fractured mirror. It is not. It is a spirit. Sure, why not? Yeah, we'll take an annulment. I mean, why not? Can't complain too much about 11 Chaos Orbs or whatever they're worth right now. There's another one. Boom. Chaos helps pay the bills for sure. Let's see what the 1.28 million on the Nova. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good number. Go. I'm gonna hit this breach in a second here. Just clear this center section out. Okay. Oh. How'd you survive, buddy? Ritual precursor, those are like 30 chaos. Potentially more, I haven't checked in a few days, but at least 30. For some reason I got baited into thinking they were like 15 the other day, and I put it up and it sold in like as soon as it was available in the tab. So yeah, we got like probably like a div worth of stuff there in that map. Not quite a straight div, but a div worth, which is not that different. And let me see here. Maybe we might as well just hit it. Crap. What the heck? Thought I hit my... Let's see. Make sure we get that GGG tracker up. Okay. Let's drop some stuff off. Mm-hmm. 3 additional rare chests. Everyone wants that. Not. Okay. On to the next. Oasis isn't bad, it's just never like, not really full. It's like smaller than my other favorites, like deserted. Sinkhole, I really dislike Sinkhole. Let's see, Crimson. Let's try to get one with a powerful map boss or something. That's not Sun Temple. None of those corrupted ones have powerful map bosses. How lame. They realize how lame it is not to have a powerful map boss. Where are we going here? Burial Bog. Headland. Chanel. Okay, we'll do the Oasis. We'll do Oasis. Let's see what we get. Switch back to Nova. abyssal. Hey, we got more than one pit finally. Holy hell! Now let's see if one of these pits can do me a solid. Ooh, 4 pits actually. But that one I have to. That. Just going to the depths now. I hit it. Oops. Whoopsie. It was funny, pits were like not super good for like, it felt like for weeks for me, and then when I made the little adjustment to getting more rarity on my gear, not even a lot, but felt like it made a difference, or I just had really bad RNG and now I'm back to normal RNG. Hard to say. Preserved? Where's that ancient steez? I wish the Abyssal Depths had a monster counter. Okay, keep going. Sure, whatever. Packs of rare monsters though on it. Always welcome to have some more rares. Okay. So I think we can go back and I'm gonna hit the boss checkpoint and then port back to the beginning so we can do that breach. Breaches are pretty easy in this map though. That's kind of definitely a plus on it. Vest. Okay. Pretty dead. Alright, let's port back, kill the boss, and hope for the best. Definitely want to make sure we use deliberation on this boss because we don't want him sticking around and floating up in the air so we can't hit him. just moving out of my rods, jeez. Spamming the same attack like 3 times. Okay. Do a little mine shaft action here. Let's see, are we getting anything from the precursor? 33% rare monsters. We could at least eat. Oh no, it's got waystones. I don't want that. Fuck that. Okay, let's slam the tiara and the slip strike. Boom. Ooh, good lightning rose. Crap thorns. Maybe we can do something with the tiara. Nope, can't do anything with it. Go to hell. Okay. It's our tower. It's our reach tower 106. Okay. Definitely do after this set of 10 maps. We'll do a simulacrum and do breaches as per the usual. Still on the lookout for, what is it, All Natal's Embrace. We'll see if that shows up sometime. It's got to have a 0.05 drop chance though, so, you know, it's a good chance we won't drop it. Ever, even. I could pick it up. It ain't gonna be shit, but yeah, ain't shit. Take that falconer and try to turn it into something. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. So we've got Coalesce Corruption. I didn't realize it. I got a couple pits at least. 3 pits. We got this shroud walking. Is this the wrap grade home? Is this the perfect wrap grade home? It is not the perfect wrap grade home. Better open that chest. You never know. You never know. I need my, I need to like use a grand projects and like open up some new areas and hope for like my favorite maps again. Deserted specifically, honestly. Deserted is the GOAT map. Researchers. 100% rarity, 3% quantity, and 2 packs of rare monsters. Additional Baria. Get out of here, Baria. Should be illegal. Okay, what do we want? So that one's like 10. Oh my god, look how spread out these expeditions are. God, get it together, expedition. There's a gold chest there, but we don't want that one. It's nothing anyway. We're gonna hit this one for sure for hope for a logbook. I'll hit that. We'll go 3. No, we're not gonna be able to. Let's say I just kind of want these monsters. I don't even necessarily want item. I mean, quantity of item. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we'll go for it. Whatever. Another decent, another rune that's worth a little bit. Hey, second ritual tab, second unique ritual tablet. So it's like, I guess 30 more chaos from that. It's like 2/3 of a div or something. I guess like 3/5 now. I think they're up, or divs are up. Always make sure to cash out your divs or your chaos and your exalts into as many divs as you can overnight so that you don't lose your money. Everything else can go down in price, but the divs, not usually. Not usually. Earlier in the league, maybe, whenever less people are using them, but at this point, we need those divs. Maybe we'll just kill the boss first. We got 9 monsters left. Oh wait, that's an orange. That's an orange one. I didn't even realize. It's like, what's this annoying thing following me? 9 monsters left. One of them is rare. That's what we needed to see. I mean, sure. Okay, back to the boss, and we'll just do the breach last. No tanky there. Okay. Mostly crap, but we do have this breach. We can try to turn it all around here. We don't really need to turn it around. We did get a good ritual tablet. Like everyone else, I like to hear the tank. Chaos at least. Got my splanners. Okay, we got 2 falconers, 2 maybe one of these will be the one. It'll be better than the one that I have. Doubt it, but would be nice. Okay. Nope, both of them crap. What is that? 11%. Okay, that's a good one. 11% increased tribute. What was this one? 14% increased tribute. Okay. We'll definitely make a little bit of scratch from those. Let's do a step, why not? We're just chilling. Let's go get jumped by some monsters right out the gate. Sometimes it's fun. Would be cool to get a bunch of breaches on a step though. Nice thick breach step is always feels good. Just one breach. Any more hiding around here? 2 breaches. Hey, this might be it. Let's get this. Oh, we got 3 pits. Oh, we had Kostas here too. Didn't even see him. There's that gurgling noise. Proximal tangibility there. There's no way we spawn 2 breaches that close on the map and there's not more. I mean, there could be the case, but... Oh, is it a good one? Is it a good one? Nope. Round and round. Killing monsters in a circle. Okay. Okay, it's gonna be pretty much done. Let's just hit this one right off the bat. Very choppy. Very bad performance. Wide belt, what are you trying to tell me? Trying to say I'm wide? Guess I didn't hit the orange one. Okay, 17 monsters. Where are you at? I know we gotta. I know there's something in here. Maybe not. Okay. Never mind. Guess we'll just take our vols and go home. Get it, take your vol and go home. Don't want that. 3 to chaos spells. Only 3? No one wants that. No one wants it. Headland, mineshaft, headland, mineshaft, headland. Fuck it, we'll do the burial bog. We'll do the thing that never gets me anything. Maybe if I talk enough shit, it'll inspire greatness. It'll inspire something to drop. Let's see, where are we at? I always haven't mentioned it, but if you're not a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the stream. We do PoE content. We do at least 5 live streams a week, usually 6. Try to do a video a week. I'm kind of waiting for the next announcement for the next video here. Otherwise, we'll get something else out before the end of the week. But yeah, be sure to like and subscribe. Oh, what's that? Twilight Reliquary Key. Ain't no one got time for that. Really? That was your chance. The yellow coffer was like definitely its chance to drop a divine. I just decided not to. I made the conscious decision not to drop me a divine. Been following a lot of the Path of Exile 1 discourse. I'm not sure if anyone in here has been playing Path of Exile 1, but it seems like an interesting league for sure. A lot of people sort of some people love it, some people hate it, but it seems like the interesting bit is that normally PoE 1 seems to be categorized by at least like veteran players being able to drop a shit ton of currency, like on maps and stuff, and that seems to not be the case at all. It seems like currency's still pretty available, it's just not through what we might consider the traditional means. More or less it seems like it's through like the tree. Right now they've got the like the breach tree, I forget what they call it, but seems to be dropping a lot of very valuable gear and everything, but it's also brought down the value of a lot of gear because it drops it so frequently. Not that it's not dropping like straight divs and stuff like that. It does seem to be able to do that as well. Also seems like people are able to juice like strong boxes and stuff like that for divine. I don't know. Seems like an interesting thing. It actually seems like more or less like the drop rates are like what we kind of deal with, what we kind of expect over here in the world of PoE 2, which is not 10 divine on a map, or even 2 realistically, like 2 divine on a map solo is fucking brilliant. drop 2 divine on a map, even once a day, it feels like a good day. Tablet. Maybe it's a good one. Is the cold streak for Burial Bog gonna continue? Tune in next week. Or within like 5 minutes, within like 2 minutes we'll find out. Actually, this is pretty much the end of the map. I mean, there's a few more monsters, we still might drop something, but odds are not looking good. Did I say a greater chaos down here? Greater exalted, there's a chaos. Maybe not. Yeah, the tree seems pretty wild. Especially if you're like using it for currency and for gear actually. Like I don't have a lot of expertise, but I did play a little bit this league, and it was just it's not my cup of tea, for a few reasons really, but yeah, definitely seemed like a pretty value. Like the first thing I got out of the tree was a graft, one of like the arms that gives you special abilities, and it like, you know, the little electric shadow guy who comes around and like slams the ground and messes you up. I got one of those to like follow me around, and it just was like destroying everything. And like that was like early in the campaign. Like I said, I don't really know much about the game, but it seemed like it was like a pretty overpowered graph to have had at the point that I had. So, but yeah, it seems like some people are just upset. Not upset, but like, you know, kind of annoyed that they can't do like their normal tink farming. Like they like to hear the tink, you know, tink tink. And they're just not getting that as much from maps. So it's, I'm sure, taking away some people's enjoyment. That's how it works sometimes though. You can't always get what you want. Oh, wrong thing. Crap rarity. Cat talisman. Let's go use this reliquary key. This is where dreams are made. In the reliquary vault. Okay. Hopefully Simulacrum is kinder to us today than it was yesterday. Yesterday was pretty brutal, especially because maybe I was just on a hot streak for like a whole week, but yesterday was pretty brutal. Hey, everyone's favorite. What's from the shadows I command with this death that the answer is my call. Okay, guys, okay, you don't need to be so uppity about shit like that. Just a rattling scepter. C notes? Absolutely not. Fuck that bird. So much Oasis. I mean, I don't mind Fortress. Fortress is decent sometimes. Fortress is a nice small size at least. Not a fan of fighting Balbala. She's fast and likes to jump out of my lightning rods, but not usually too bad. Damn. Bro, nothing coming out today out of the abysses. Maybe this summoning circle will defy the odds for me. Oh my god, stuck in like the littlest fucking thing. The littlest nook. I hate the simulacrum sort of enemies, that like those things right there. I hate them because that shit that they do where like you'll kill an enemy and then like run off screen and then you come back and they're just like chilling there waiting to like throw something at you. It's like, dude, that enemy's been dead for like minutes. What are you doing? It's like, who are you avenging? Your buddy's been dead for a while. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what the trailer's gonna be like for the new league. If it's gonna feature like a druidy thing, or it's gonna be more about the league mechanic. It's usually more about the like league mechanic. Yeah. Yep. I know what that's like for sure. I've seen that. Yeah, I don't really usually like running it. It's just been pretty good lately for drops. Definitely dropped like probably 30 div in the past week in there. But yeah, it's boring. Sometimes I catch myself like nodding off while I'm doing it. Which is dangerous. I used to do chaos runs or chaos trials in the first 0.1 and because I didn't know how to make currency otherwise, and I would pretty regularly like fall asleep while I was doing that shit. There was one time I was like I was saving for a ring and I was like one div away from buying it, and so I was just up real late, tired as hell, and like I like nodded off and like woke up to like a dead character, and I had to like run like 2 more trials to like get to be able to afford the ring. And then by the time that I was able to afford it, no one was on to sell it because that was before asynchronous trading. So there's no offline trades. Dude, the async trading has changed the game so much. Like, even just like if you look at like how many not that I traded before, but like so much more stuff is like worth trading now. It's just like looking at my like trade screen, like or my trade history is just pretty. It actually looks crazy to me, like how many trades I've done in like the past week. They did say with the PoE one they added the trade warning for like so people don't get landline scammed or whatever they're calling it. It will be interesting to see when that comes across. Perfect. Jesus, perfect. I mean, at least it made the noise. As long as it makes noise, I'm happy. But a warning, so whenever you, like, if you were to purchase a bunch of waystones, but it's more expensive. Like, if you go to purchase one that's, like, more expensive than the one you came to get, it will warn you. And they said that was going to come to PoE 2 soon. So I'll be interested to see if when that comes. Or they said it was going to come soon, like, seemingly before the new league started, but who knows, honestly. Dude, these are pretty bad ones. We're just gonna go for it. Just gonna YOLO it. Yeah. Yeah, I've yet to actually be scammed with it. I've scammed myself a few times where I like bought I mean, like, I guess it's somewhere where I buy like a waystone or a precursor tab that doesn't have yeah, right. Where I bought like a precursor stone with one use on it rather than 10. Just didn't even think about it. I consider that my fault though. I should check that shit more often. Okay, let's try to be efficient with this breach. Yeah, no, I didn't realize it actually whenever it was earlier in the league for sure, but yeah, now I'm always 100% make sure of that. It's always like the first thing I type things in. I try to, whenever I like look something up, I try to put it in order of how the mods actually appear on an item so that I don't get like visually like kind of confused. It's kind of easy to do with all the numbers and shit in this game. This game is has a lot of numbers on the screen. A lot of fake maths to do. But yeah, you know, I've seen some that have like, what is it, like 18 uses, 15 uses? I don't even understand that. Like, I don't think I've ever had one with 18 uses or 15 uses. I don't know where that came from. guess we'll take the tablet. Guess give me the exalt. Oh, it's oh jeez. Like anyone wants to fight that guy again. Magic monsters. How much experience? Oh, never mind. It's map bosses with experience. Boo, map bosses. I was gonna say magic monsters and experience. That sounds like a good, valuable map. Okay, so we need to drop to the. Okay, so we need like 42 breach splinters and 22 or 32 delirium splinters. You can tell my maths are horrible. Don't want that one right there. 22. And then we'll do breach. Oh shit, I need more. I need 10 more. Whoops. I bet you they're already in the. I bet you. Oh, I mean, I think I just bought ones that are probably already in the thing. Okay, so just need. Do that. Do the breaches first. Just the domain is not like super consistent with currency, but it's honestly not bad for how cheap it is. It costs like 1 chaos to run it, like 1 1/3. Like you get 200 breach splinters for a chaos. You could pretty much self-sustain that and just run it all day. You get like, what is it, like 10,000 or plus like splinters for a div. Like, you know, you only need 1 div for it to be profitable, or want to break even. Then probably gonna do pretty well. But it's a slog for sure. No, not very many big payoffs. Most expensive, most valuable thing I've gotten from Twisted Domain this league is a Wrath Pith, which I got from Zesht himself. But yeah, no Giga drops in here. I've also got like perfect exalts and stuff like that, but no Giga drops, no like. I think early in this league I had like a, maybe it was, I think it was this league, yeah. I think I sold a Metamorphosis that I got for like 20 div. I don't know if it was just like that people that didn't have them yet, because I was in the end game farming pinnacles like on day 3 or 4 of the league, almost. So I think a lot of it was just people didn't have stuff yet. I was probably selling stuff to like RMTers. But it wasn't like a perfect one or anything. But then the price dropped pretty quick. Okay. Bunch of breach rings that I'm sure are worth a whole lot. Nope. Don't want that. Leave those behind. Nope. Make sure that works. I lost all my buffs. Damn, must not have been a lot of rare monsters in that one. Okay, what do we get? Speak of the devil when it appears. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Didn't change. Even more crap. Definitely not worth a ritual, or yeah, corruption omen. Let's see. I mean, yeah, these are all corrupted except for that one. Okay, let's go. You can usually get a couple chaos out of them if you like really, or like dead set like on making your money back from the run. No, I don't want to go to the reliquary vault. How much is a reliquary key right now? Or how much is a let's see. Seven for a dip. That's not that many, honestly. I feel like I feel like if I run 7 reliquary keys, I'm gonna get exactly shit. And even at like the current value of the items in it, like they're just not worth that much. Like even like an Ash Trementus isn't worth what it was before. Or Headhunter isn't worth what it was before. I don't even think Combs Heart or Wrathpith are in there yet. I don't think they've been added to the vault. At least those are, you know. I definitely know I haven't seen a Wrathpith that is RGB. Maybe they exist, but I haven't seen one. And I checked the trade site a few times looking for one. Not because I wanted one, just because I was trying to figure out like what are some of the more valuable pools from the reliquary vault. And a lot of those, the most valuable items, just aren't in there yet, you know? Because they like add them in batches, I guess. Because people like make notes, and whenever they buy the the Beacon of Salvation hideout, and that's how they get them in there. So they submit them through that means. So they just end up like batching them like once per league or something. And I don't think they've done them since like the middle of last league or the beginning of last league, which is when some of those uniques came about. There's a lot of like items that I've just never seen, or at least not this league, that I haven't dropped, which is just like they're not even that rare, but like I don't know, some uniques where I'm like, where is that? Like Tabula Rasa, I haven't seen a Tabula Rasa. Haven't seen a Bringer of Rain. It makes me wonder if like, are they lower level items and they're just like less likely to drop in higher levels, or are they just that fucking rare? Must be just they're that rare, honestly, because I get all sorts of low level bullshit. Bro tried to duel me. Two diamonds in a row. That's pretty good odds, man. What do we got? Medium large ring with the absolute horrible fucking rolls there. Okay. But the luck for dropping the diamond was good, so that's good going into Simulacrum. Maybe we're just gonna get a Simulacrum diamond. We're gonna get 3 diamonds in a row, guys. We're gonna get the Megalomaniac. We're gonna get the and two Metamorphosis back to back. Let's grab this. Okay, what is that crap? That is also crap. So third crap. I think that was actually a double rarity one. Yeah, bad rolls. Two tier 3 rolls, but we'll keep the Metamorphosis. When we get another one, we'll reforge them. and we'll make a super terrible one. They'll come together and make a shit roll one. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Switch over to Nova projectiles. Turn off the amelioration, because you can't lose experience in here. It's like tomorrow I have to go make an airport pickup and I'll be gone for a couple of hours. Like I'm like 99% sure that the news is definitely gonna drop right when I step my foot out the door. I'm like 100% sure that that's how it's gonna work, because that's my luck. That's my IRL luck. Get 'em, kiddies. It's not perfect. It's not even great. Okay. Yeah, yesterday I ran like, what, 3 or 4 simulacrums and I got nothing, except in the first one I got 2 isolations, which was nice. I like 2 isolations, but not quite, I think it's like, they're like worth 20% of a divine, so not all that much in the end of the day. Oh no, I dropped a megalomaniac at the end. And a divine on the on like my 4th one, actually. Never mind. I did get something out of it. I don't think the mega was worth anything. Kind of hard to price though. There were other ones, exact ones on the market, but they were like weeks old and like they're up there for like 50 div, and I'm sure that they're not worth that at all because it was a sync trade. So if it was worth it, oh, there we go, boom already. That's what we're talking about. Wave 4 for the div. The one build I wanted to make last league that I didn't get around to was I wanted to make the AFK simulacrum build that people had. A couple people had, I shouldn't say everyone had it. Where it could just you could literally walk away from it, like you didn't have to be anywhere near the game. You can go do your laundry, and it just killed everything. You just had to move from room to room and start each wave, but other than that, like, it was just that it used the Defiance of Destiny, so like basically it restored a percentage of the health that you were about to lose, like before it happened. I don't know how that exactly worked, but it was kind of a cool build. It was a ritualist build. It seemed very cool. just as like a farming build for sure. But like it didn't really have application beyond that. But really it wasn't all that expensive to make. There was a couple pieces that were kind of expensive, like the Defiance of Destiny, but other than that, it's not like you needed some sort of crazy corrupt on it or anything. I wonder if it's still viable, actually. I don't know if it got nerfed. I don't think it got nerfed. I wonder if any of the other pieces got nerfed, though. I didn't check, I guess. I could use, like, there's like a buckler or something. Sort of blood buckler thingamajig, and use the shrine buff hammer. Yeah, I haven't dropped that like, at all this league either, the Shrine Buff Hammer. I guess there's a fair number of like uniques I haven't dropped. Sometimes I wonder if like they're not dropping because they're like not on my item filter. Because my item filter is pretty specific and I haven't edited it at all. So, I mean, it should probably still be on there. Maybe next league I'll actually put together my own item filter to avoid that type of shit. I always go to like start to make one and then I like zone out midway through it and I'm just like, I'll just use someone else's item filter, it's fine. Switch to lib for this one. Zoned out yesterday and got knocked off my pony in this wave. Thankfully, it was after I killed Cautious on Omniphobia, so I didn't get stepped on. After the simulacrum, we'll roll more maps, do 10 more maps, and see what happens from there. Maybe we'll do a different, maybe we'll do like an Arbiter or something tonight. Uber Arbiter's fun. Haven't done them since, I'm trying to think what upgrades I made since the last time I fought him. Maybe it was a quiver upgrade, and definitely the gloves at least. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure the quiver gave me like a 20k boost in damage, so good. It's just like a 10% boost. I'll pick up that gold that I don't know what to do with. 36 million. bunch of rares there. Bruh, all I get is an exalt for my trouble. Should really pick up Arcanist Touchers. They're actually worth a little bit. They're worth more than like an exalt anyway. Maybe not to sell them though, maybe just to buy them, they're just expensive. Yep. I mean, I'll take an annulment. Why not? Breach tab is a good one. 8% increase, that's pretty good. Increased monster density. Take that. Okay, will we get a good diamond, or will we get a shitty closed helm? I will say, the one thing I don't think I've dropped in the 20 plus simulacrums I've done, I don't think I've dropped a flask. Unless it's like not on, you know, I don't think I've dropped the mana flask. Maybe I dropped it earlier in the league, but I have not dropped it since. Struggle Scream. Struggle Scream would be cool if someone actually used the thing. Alas, no one uses it. Where are we at? I'll be right back before we start getting back to rolling these maps. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Alright, we are back. Just gotta. Alright, let's see grab some waystones from the stash. Grab our. Oh, they all already. Yep, are all rare. Nice. Cool. Oops. That. Yep. So we need. Make sure we have the right delirium. Gonna need, what is it, 30 paranoia. Let's cash out some of the other ones while we're here though first. Some of the ones we don't need. You don't need a fear. That's worth a whole lot. Wow, that's up in price. Let's go with these. Are usually worth a decent. Yep. And these ones are up. Okay. So 200, 300. Turn those into chaos. And we need how many paranoia? 14 paranoia. Or 24 paranoia. Whoops. Used to doing the greeds as well. So we'll go with that. I need omens. 10 of these.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Eight, 9, 10. Okay, put this back. Then we'll juice these. Boom. Easy. Easy. Okay. And then we need tablets. But first, let's do that.
As soon as I can.
Let's do. Hey, that's worth a chaos now? Nice. It's been a while since they were worth a chaos. Let's see how many of these. A couple there. It's anything. Removes a random morph. Belt on corruption item gains 2 enchantments. Okay, yeah, then we don't want that. Hold on, I got some socketables. Switch these over before I forget. Actually, we'll go to the owned ones. Narrows it down a little bit more. No. Take that. And okay. So I think we could turn those into chaos orbs as well. How many do we have? 135. Take that. Okay. So we have a total. $33. Hold on, let me get those greater chaos orbs over. Maybe we'll just be able to pay for most of everything. Might need to cash out a little bit more though. Okay, 38. So Let's see what we got going on here. On the old trade site. Ooh, getting expensive. Alright, so we're probably not going to be able to get all the things we want. We're going to have to cash out like a div or something. Just for like 5 chaos orbs. Unfortunate. The hell? Why are people... aren't these like worth a chaos? They're not like worth shit. They're worth like a few chaos orbs. Do this one for 33. And we'll get irradiated. What the hell?
Hi
Let me
there.
cash out real quick. Oh,
Can I help?
sorry, Inch. Cash out one of these divines. Alright. Done 113.
I'll post it right away.
Okay.
Can I help?
Purchase that. And then
Nice
we'll
choice.
look for radiated. With like 33% rare monsters. And no waystone chance. See, I'm found with shrines. It's Mary Spirits. Any strongbox ones? I like a strongbox. There we go. It's kind of a low chance for strongboxes. I'd like more chance for strongboxes than 58. Here we go. 98. That's a good one. It's only what 5 chaos and 33% rares. Good. So we'll be up to 100% rares. Damn, these people just be fucking making waystones all day. Okay. So the big dump is empty, which is good. Means we're not bringing a bunch of crap with us. Let's see, I'm gonna drop the price of these.
Price low.
Yeah, that's definitely not worth that. Just drop it by 10. We'll see what. Oh,
Can I help?
also surprised my Defiance hasn't moved to 2 div. We should be able to get a div for it though, pretty easy. So it's already instilled, and the roll is pretty good. Let's go with where are we gonna go now, guys? Let's go back here and go north. Definitely not gonna do an augury, but we might do this ornate chambers. It's got increased rare. That's from map bosses though. Fucking map bosses, man. See, Riverside sucks, but 1 to monster level is nice. But I don't know. That's not all. The rare. The Riverside's really ass. It's pretty empty. Let's see, assembly. Can tell in how close this is to the beginning of the maps because I died so many times. There's a bunch of Savannah. We'll do a Savannah. Bunch of incomplete maps from where I died when I just got the maps and was not. Well, I'm still not tanky, but didn't have any defense to speak of. roll through. Four pits, nice. Be nicer if something has something in it. I mean, they all had a thing, had a trove or something in it, which is nice, but not when that ain't shit. Just a bunch of exalts. Okay. Take Chaos Orb for sure, though. Thank you. Take that Chaos Orb for sure, though. Thank you. Grab these shrines and go do the breach. Tink me. I'm stuck. Can't get out. Turtling, I can't get up. Okay, kill all the monsters, but not awesome drops. Okay. I guess the next 43 of these are going to be the hyenas that are around the arena, like in the arena. Let's grab our splinters though. Let's hope I don't get randomly yeeted by this guy. Is that the Sire of Shards? Crap. Even if it wasn't crap, it was still crap. Okay. Jump back into what's this? Oh, Flotsam, ew. Fortress, Ravine, Sump, Slick. Do like me a Slick. Headland. Land of Head. Maybe we'll just do a slick. We'll do a slick. We'll do a slick. Is it a good one? Is it a perfect one? No. Looking for that want that perfect tangle tongue. Don't need a perfect tangle tongue. Have absolutely no idea what I would do with it if I got it, because no one really gives a shit about a 8% tangle tongue. But I would appreciate it. I would like to look at it and keep it in my inventory for some time. Pretty sure my old tangle tongue is worth all sorts of shit over in standard. My near perfect double socket one is pretty solid. But here's our favorite thing. And on the where the fuck are you at, on the phobia, you stupid fish? Bro. I hate when they do me like that. Crap. Dude, the chance of getting like a good bow off the ground is so minimal. I mean, like, it's minimal to get anything really good off the ground. But, like, bows are so much worse just because of, like, the weight of the tag. Okay, I assume that still has... That still factors into the fact that you get, like, leech on every single one of them. Or, like, mana per kill and shit. I'm just gonna go back this way. Go into the center here. No, nothing in the center. I thought there'd be a little bit more of a cut in there, but I guess I was wrong. Okay. Got him. Get wrecked, nerd. Switch over to Nova briefly for the breach. Not having as much luck as I was having yesterday with div drops, but pretty common thing. One day of luck, one day of sadness. But it doesn't mean we quit. I didn't hear no fucking bell. Quit your screaming, lady. Okay. Let's see. Will this be like 2,900 best? Oh, it could be. It could be. Come on, deflection. Lightning res, 39 lightning. That's good. That's good. That's good. Let's go with lightning res. Let's go with fire. Fire res. I mean, 33 is okay. It's not 35, but doesn't mean we can't work with it. We'll take one of these, put it right here, activate it. Go with the rib, flip. Okay, let's take it down to the abyssal toilet. Throw it in. Come on, come on. High, cold. Oh, just stay in there. Just fucking shame. Shame. Ruin my slip strike vest. Could have been a game changer. Probably not, but you know. Go away, augury. Trenches. Sun Temple, no, definitely not. Go away. No, we don't want gold. No, we don't want extra waystones. Ain't no one want extra waystones. I mean, 20, some quantity isn't a little bit, it's just a little bit, but maybe it's just enough quantity. Go, let's jump in here. Okay. Where's my tank? Bring me my tanks. Oh shit. And they had exploding corpses on them? Holy shit. Double explosions. Or maybe they were my explosions, but still. Give me that. Oh shit. There's bombs going off everywhere, guys. It's fucking... It's a minefield. World War II shit. Why not? Might as well not litter. take an annulment. That's something. Still no ancient. They hate me. They hate giving me ancient bones anymore. They gave up on it. They're like, fuck this guy. He gets no ancient bones. He never does. He never will. Shout out to anyone else getting an ancient bone. You're the real MVP. Yep. It's bad enough when I'm getting lag anyway to then get like pulled backwards shroud walking. It's just like a little bit much, guys. Have some couth. Two annulments is pretty good. I think what, sold for like, what, 12 div last time? Or 12 chaos, sorry. 12 div, that would have been nice. And highly unrealistic. Exceptional engraved crossbow, but it is a quality one. Okay. This monster's dead. Oh, grab that. Go right through the center, grab these fractured mirrors. You never know what you're gonna get in a fractured mirror. This is it? Nope. Yeah, two annulments, okay. Let's kill these bouses. Okay, so not okay. This falconer jacket. It's gonna fly? Nope. Dude, gold in it. I really do gotta slam these fucking tablets. I just get so overwhelmed. Sold a tablet earlier today for like 90 plus chaos though, so tablet market's good. But where is my... Where's my deserted map, honestly, guys? Are you trying to tell me I don't deserve a deserted map? Psycho, he wants a deserted map. How about no? Yeah, we'll do this one. This sounds fun. We'll do a Spider Woods. A little something out of the ordinary for us, but still one that I kind of enjoy. this is the, what's it called, boss? Mr. Perfect Essence of Abrasion. I feel like that one's worth a decent amount, but fuck, we're gonna... Oh, good. Good, it stayed. I think it's worth like 20x. That chaos. A lot of essence on this map. Should have left one around in case there was a spirit. Deal with this asshole right now. Bottom side here. Switch over to Nova for the breach. Man, this has been a pretty dry run so far. You know, the one thing about this game is you are still and always at the mercy of RNGesus. No matter how good your rarity is. Unless, of course, you're in an enormous party or something like that of people, then things tend to work out for the better. Honestly, I'd even be happy for... What's that? Tier 3. I'd even be happy for some... like Abyssal Depths, at least we get like another chance to like get some stuff. Illumina Light or something. Alright. Move this out of my way. There we go. We did have some luck in channel earlier, so maybe we just return to the well. Oh yeah, I didn't check. I said I was gonna check my kills yesterday, and I did not. So let's see where we're at. We gotta be like almost 3.9 million, 3.85 million. Okay. Legend has it the moment you hit that 5 millionth kill, you get a mirror just drops out of the nearest monster. That's what they say. Just kidding. No one says that. Nope, right to the abyss. Almost as, oh my gosh, one pit. They fucking hate me. On the hunt for the ancient bones, guys. They're never gonna give them up. Tier 4 double socket falconer. Ah, that's crap. Not gonna lie, I kinda hate seeing rituals, like natural rituals in map, because I know that I'm not juiced to get shit from them. So like, if there is something good in them, it's like, gee, thanks. Definitely lost a it was like a sinastral erasure last week that way. Damn, I should have known to juice for pack size so I can get this $2 million omen out of here. Bro. Like just a waste on? Like you'd think that these maps weren't juiced. You'd think I'd be running some Weenie Hut Junior maps by the drops. It's like Sapphire. It's definitely not a Dream Fragment, so I don't even... I want a Dream Fragments. Even if they're not worth anything, I want it. At least it looks cool. Here we go. This is where dreams are made of. Bunch of shitty white chests full of fucking artifacts, no doubt. Lesser jewelers orbs too. Okay, okay, calm down. Calm down with your artifacts. Gotta go down there more. Let's just do these rituals, fuck them. They're nowhere near the breach either, so... It's not like we're gonna get any cross-pollination. pretty hard there. Bunch of nonsense, yeah. Alright, let's get ready to do this breach and then cry ourselves to sleep. So he must be in the game taking tooling with the drop rates, taking them down to 0. They're like, the drop rate is this. What if we just replace it? Just copy, just select all and replace with 0. I mean, at least I can get something out of it. Something I'll use. Dude, it's like they just want to give me fucking tablets. No, went the wrong way. Thought that connected a different way. Oh well. It's pretty much dead anyway. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have to like do some simulacrums to make up for this fucking absolute 0 overrun. This is the perfect run to watch if you want to see someone struggle. Where we 5 maps in without a 5 maps in without a div. That's crazy. I don't remember the last time that's happened. Just goes to show you, sometimes you think it's RNG, but it's actually the dev team just taking all the divine out of the game for a brief period of time just to see if anyone complains about it. If you know, you know. Dude, like, what even is this nonsense? I mean, 25% rarity isn't bad, but it's not worth tons, so it's worth maybe 5 to 10 chaos. Guarded by a pack of rares. There's some rarity, some quantity. Surely this will drop something that I really like. It is an ornate strongbox, which makes it extra awesome. Man, why did that show up? 4 Dominion skills. I mean, okay, the rest is trash though. I mean, some random Forta minion skills might be better if it was earlier in the league and everyone wasn't min-maxing all their gear into the ground like I am. But at this point, it's not a real big. Just having Forta minion skills doesn't mean anything. Just like having, you know, whatever 5 to lightning skills with a bunch of other shitty mods doesn't mean anything. Oh, Blacksmith Strongbox. These are known to be the best. Just kidding, they're known to be the worst. Yep, here we go. My time to shine. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, the monster's not even gonna show up. We're gonna have to like exit the map and come back in or something. Okay, that's what we like to see. At least we have 2 breaches to deal with first. I guess that's something. It's not really something, but we'll pretend it's something. This map is kind of ass for breaches, though it can be quite dense. Honestly, we might have to go back to throwing that extra rarity on, like 215 rare monsters, 198 rarity. Like that should be pretty good. Maybe we are gonna have to like throw a little bit more rarity on there with the with like one delirium or whatever. I mean, it seems like it's going to be the case. We might have to go back to that strat tomorrow, but we're still going to ride this one out. It's also just like I'm running out of good maps to run, and I'm like, I don't really have like the full fucking, I don't know. I don't have a lot of corrupted areas or cleansed areas with like the +1 monster level and stuff like that. I mean, I usually get good drops anyway. It doesn't usually seem to be like the biggest deal, but right now it fucking would be nice. It would be kind of helpful to have that. A little extra juice. They're like, bro, we'll give you stuff. It's just not going to be good stuff. Like, we want you to take this jingling crest shield and make a build that's not bad. Okay, is it gonna make me exit and come back? I've lost maps to this before too. This fucking bug. Please don't lose the map. There he is. I mean, let this be the best quiver of all time. I mean, it could be worse, but it's not the best of all time. I mean, I was really hoping for the best of all time. Okay. This is a exercise in futility. Okay. We'll throw that in there. Maybe we'll recombinate it. Or just sell it to Doriani for like 4,000 gold later. The assembly, penitentiary. So I've got like 4 maps left. Maybe we'll just make our way to the hidden grotto and just see, and just hope. At least then we'll have fun with that map. I'm gonna go right up the gut here, right up the middle. This asshole. Yep. Love that performance. Like here, you could have a chaos orb. How does that sound? We hear you like chaos orbs. Let's just kill the boss and be. Well, performance is where we might as well do an acceleration shrine just to accentuate it. Go. I think whenever it slows down that bad, like the lag is that bad, that it's actually the developers doing it because a divine dropped and they have to pull it off the ground before it makes a noise. Pull it off the ground. Get it out of there. Fuck this guy. It's like usually when you talk shit, you get like a little something in items, but I think that they've caught on to my shit talking ways. And now they're like, absolutely not. We're not going to reward this guy for talking shit. He can fuck right off with it. Okay, pretty much cleared outside of like the wall monster. Or I guess there's this big fucking section in the middle here, but it's all these fractured mirrors that don't mean shit. I'm gonna do the rituals just because it's not in my nature not to do the rituals, but let the record show that I don't really want to do the rituals, but I'm going to. Hey look, there's a perfect regal orb. I bet you they thought that like perfect regal orbs were gonna be like the shit, and then they released the fucking perfect essences, and people were like, nah, fuck that perfect regal orb stuff. Not saying they don't get used, but I think a lot less than they expected to happen. No, really, guys? Come on. I think the top left one might actually have Kosis or Omniphobia in it. At least then it'll be a little bit more fun. It might have Kosis or Omniphobia. Nope. Nope, they didn't want to give me that. I mean, that's worth something. We're just going to defer it though, because who knows it's on page 2. That again. Pretty sure this isn't worth anything. And we'll see if we can pull it out on the next run. I think we can. Might be able to pull them both out actually. At the very least, we'll get another deferral on the crystallized nonsense. So hey, we got a few chaos on that one at least. That's what we get. I guess we can run this here strong box. You know, you just gotta keep going. You gotta keep fighting. You know, no one ever dropped a mirror from not playing the game. And you know, we don't really need divine right now. We have plenty of divine. We have nothing to really spend it on besides more maps. So like, we can't get disappointed by things like this. I can't be upset. Just gotta keep on keeping on, as they say. Let's see what they're worth at least. Homo Exaltation. It's worth 114 or... Oops, wrong way. 5. Yeah, that's good. We'll take that. We will take that. I mean, we haven't done a penitentiary. We might as well. But we're going to save that good map for that 133 rarity one for the overrun. Yeah, I think we're just like running out of good maps on the Atlas to run without like getting some like doing some serious like speed mapping into areas where like new territory or using like grand projects to open up larger sections, but like I don't even have that many towers. Like I definitely don't have like the exact will to like sit there and speed run into new areas too much right now. Because that shit's pretty boring. Like, and also, like, whenever you have, like, some rarity, it feels like just, like, speed mapping and killing the boss and not actually, like, clearing the map feels like a kind of a waste. Like it feels like a waste to not put like breaches and shit on your map so that you can get something out of it potentially, but then it ends up just like costing, especially on shitty maps. I mean, and I'll be honest, at this point, if we go 10 maps including this overrun without dropping a div, that's gonna like be like it's bad luck, but it's like crazier odds than than fucking anything else I've done in a long time. It's like the odds are so bad that like I should, it should happen. This is like just shouldn't be happening that way, but it's all good. Got to find the humor in it. The humor is that there's somebody out there who's got like no rarity, who's just like fucking dropping shit right now, and they're super stoked. They're just like, what the hell is happening? They're the exact opposite of me, who like thinks that there's like some sort of conspiracy against me as a person. They're like, God is blessing me right now. Someone is blessing me with digital faces on little orbs that you can't that have no physical fucking real estate in this game in the first place. Oh look, the Covetous Shrine is over here. Not like honestly, not that we need it though. Like everything that we get from the Covetous Shrine should effectively be like diminished return territory. Like deep into the like yeah like. Oh man, are the 50 more? Oh, they're probably right at the beginning. In that one section I never do. Yep. It's like, what? Okay, there is a gold chest. That's cool. Immune to lightning and chaos. Can't really fuck with that too much. Let's go logbook. I've got luck on my side. Oh damn, no logbook. Who knew? Who knew? I guess I'll pick up an exalted orb because, gotta go home with something in my pocket. This is actually crazy. 8 maps, no dibs. What the fuck? Easily the worst run I've had. Gonna send me back to doing fucking citadels or something. This is the it's always kind of like the harbinger of news, though, you know. Whenever before the last patch, like my before the towers patch, the drops were horrible. So you know, maybe it's just the harbinger of good news, or bad news, or just news in general. We don't know that, and we don't not know that. Dude, I can't just fucking let me go to the strong. Let me just use the just do the researcher strongbox. Stop pulling me away. See, whenever they shroud walk me away, they're actually rearranging what's inside the strongbox, so I don't get anything good. I know it might seem like a stretch, but I'm pretty sure that's like 90. See, like they put one exalt in there. They're like, let's make him spend 2 exalt only to get 0 things out of it. That's exactly what they just did. And they put her just far enough away that it would have never mattered. She would have never made it into the abyss. Like, I know my first 10 maps wasn't, like, the most profitable, but, like, this is wild. Definitely the worst luck that I've had in weeks. Perhaps in a month or more. And that's before I boosted my rarity a fuck ton. Oh joy. I'm not even getting like things that are like kind of valuable that'll like, you know, I could like kind of trade up, you know, currency exchange for a little bit. Like, it's mostly just shit. Fucking omen of putrefaction. What a dud of an item that is, honestly. Imagine being like the person who works there who designs items that everyone hates. Like, oh, I invented the omen of putrefaction. I invented the fucking omen of the liege. Like, just it's what I do. Why the fuck am I not on my Roa? Jesus Christ. Because the Roa can't climb out. Because I can't be on the Burrow's back when I climb out of the abyss. That's obvious. That makes all the sense, actually. Makes too much sense. Too much sense for this game. Who instilled logic into this game? Oh my god. He was like, how about you just run into the wall? Go fuck yourself, Bob. Craziest display of anti-luck that you'll see probably ever in Path of Exile. It's having basically 150 rarity and going this many maps with nothing, and with full fucking rare monster juicing. You just get nothing. This is an anomaly. Like, you're basically seeing you're basically like watching someone like bowl a perfect game blind. Like totally blind, like absolutely like just lost their vision medically. And somehow they just bowled a perfect game. Alright, so next one we're gonna do the overrun. And hopefully it's not as bad as everything else, but I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's gonna be. It's gonna be everything we hope it is. Be sure to like the live stream and give us a subscribe, especially if you want to see more bad luck farming, specifically. Like follow my guides if you actually want to drop things, but don't expect this level of bad luck if you follow those guides. Like this is an inherent skill that I've attuned apparently. Like, we're just going to give you chaos here. It's going to be decent chaos, but we're not going to give you a swing. You can go F yourself if you want a good swing and drop. All blue. All blue. Dude, it's so bad luck that they won't even give me a yellow fucking pit, yellow chest out of pit. Oh, look, there's one. They're like, how about a gem cutter's prison? I mean, I guess. Give me the 20 fucking exalts or whatever. Yo, this is hilarious. Bones of the Liege. We're almost done with this map already. This is the last pit. Yep, last pit. Nothing, guys. Crazy. We just went 10 maps, including an Abyssal Overrun, and got absolutely not a single swing. Not even a perfect Jeweler's Orb. That's the most wild luck I've had all league. Like, good or bad. Like, that is more lucky than my Heinekora's Lock dropping. Like, more, like you said, not specific type of luck, but, like, that was definitely more luck than it. More or absent luck, I guess it would be. Like, I don't know how you want to classify bad luck versus good luck there. Or maybe the absence of luck. I guess bad luck would be like dying every map by, like, you know, some random thing. I have no idea at this point. Yeah, I have no idea how to classify this type of luck. It's certainly not nothing. It's not like it's definitely not in my head that was like the worst run of 10 maps I've ever done. Like, I could have just, like, not juiced it. I could have used no juice. I could have saved myself all of the juice in the world. You know what? I'm going to go slam those precursor tablets. I'm going to get, like, 600 divines worth of tablets. They're just going to be, like, all 40 rare monsters. You know, they're going to be everything you'd ever want in a tablet. Max 3 additional breaches. Crazy, guys. You just witnessed an anomaly. And if anyone's watched me for a few streams, you know that's not common. There must be a imminent broadcast gonna come through the stream, through the news channels. Okay, this simulacrum is gonna turn things around for me. It's gonna make me feel better about myself. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna be sitting here doing simulacrums for the next, like, 300 years until something drops. This might be karma. For what, I don't know, but it might be karma. I mean, I got a suffering right off the bat. That's got to count for something. It's the last good thing I get on this whole fucking run watch. Like, you get a suffering on the first wave, and everything else is gonna be fucking liquid ire and greed. that one earlier. I got a div on the fourth wave. Fourth wave! Not today on the fourth wave. Or not this time. In-game days. Yo, Scrolls of Wisdom, what? That's what I'm talking about. I must have used all my luck getting back-to-back shitty diamonds from Zest or something. They're like, he's had enough. At least I got some ritual tablets to sell. Those should bring me a div, maybe, between them. I don't know. Something. I was gonna run Arbiter, but I feel like with my luck right now, I might as well just fucking, you know, just stand in some ignited ground instead. Honestly, I'll forgive them if I go back to my hideout after this, and the treasurer is enabled somehow. I'll forgive all of this, all of the bad drops, because I just want the treasure that I spent 2 hours watching some fucking PoE creators, streamers on Twitch, to achieve. I earn that, and don't even have someone counting the gold that I use. Horrible. Path of rug pull. It's like they're trying to tell me something. It's like, yeah, stop playing. Certainly don't buy any certainly they're telling me not to buy any supporter packs. Like, we don't support you, so you don't support us. Like, we don't want your support. It's nonsense. It's nonsense in here. Alright guys, home stretch. This is where dreams are made of. This is where dreams are made, right here in these waves, in these later waves of the simulacrum. Just gotta bite down. Focus. Or not. Just don't die. Just run around circles. I need to find some sort of like really depressing movie to watch after this, just to really wind the night down. Put on some real miserable Baroque classical music. Watch like the world's saddest silent film, so I could hear myself weep. They're like, come on guys, how about we give him 3 Exalted Orbs on this run? How about 3 Exalted Orbs? It's like, it's absolute madness. Like, I mean, you're watching me playing, you gotta be thinking, like, this guy has no rarity on his gear, he doesn't juice his maps, and he's, like, you know, clearly has never dropped a Divine in his life. He's clearly waiting for that first one to drop, is clearly what you gotta be thinking. They're like, this guy is a scrub. He doesn't have over 2,000 hours in this game. He doesn't have, you know, almost 4 million kills with this character. But it's cute. Maybe we can all celebrate with cake and ice cream whenever he gets his first Divine drop ever. I mean, I just think it's honest. Okay, so, you know, I'm a tinfoil hatter. It's all about how I feel. There it is, guys. We did it. We fucking broke the curse. The curse is broken. Curse is broken, people. Oh fuck. I don't think rarity is a fake stat. I think that fucking. I think that this game has just really bad RNG. But I will say that like the one thing that I do know is like fucking there are days where I just get like such horrible. Like today was an outlier. Today was an outlier even among like bad days. But like it swings so heavily that it could turn a normal thinking person into a conspiracy theorist. It's like, you know, you could actually start being like, they're fucking, you know, you could actually be convinced that they're nerfing you directly, because of how vicious it can swing. You can go from like getting, you know, 9 divine on 10 maps, and it feels good. Like it doesn't feel like you're getting too much. It just feels like, you know, oh, I'm getting consistent drops today, to getting like nothing in 10 maps. Like I ran an overrun and 9 other maps and just got 0 out of it, which is crazy. It feels so bad. Um, but it's like it is the RNG, and it does suck. It's like, you know, it's literally the same thing as sitting in front of a slot machine, um, except you don't actually lose your like life savings over it. Um, it definitely can feel relatively horrible.
All right, your
We're
turn.
gonna run it again because that's the only way we've got divine in the fucking past hour. So you know we got to go with what works.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
And right now that's this. The guy dropped like what is it? Yeah, no, I've been having good drops the past few days, so I don't know. I guess it's due, but like you know, you'd think that like I said, you get all that rarity, you juice your maps so that everything makes sense, and like by all other means, like you know, uh, like you could look at realistically anyone's like I don't think it would have changed at all how I like juiced my maps, you know. Like I think I could have followed anyone's advice or anything, and I would have gone 10 maps without dropping anything. Um, and it's only not RNG is if like I said, if you're tinfoil hatting and you actually think that like the dev team is sitting there and taking things out of your game. And honestly, it might be. That might be the case. That could be it. If you told me that was it, I certainly wouldn't be surprised that the dev team just sits there and just they're like, oh, this guy is streaming, so we can watch his game and then remove things out in real time. I would be like, oh, okay, that's totally a thing. That makes sense. Why wouldn't they do that? That's how you think after 10 maps of you know. Like I feel like I haven't gone that like okay, so there was one day where I ran 20 maps and didn't get any divs, but I got 5 perfect exalts. So like it's not like I didn't get anything, right? Like I got things that were worth like more than a div, but it was like but I remember being like, wow, that's really weird that I haven't gotten a div in 20 maps. But like obviously I got, you know, I got like you know other things that were like if not worth something that they were rare enough that it was like oh okay like I got like 5 perfect exalts and like a level 20 skill gem and like stuff you're like oh okay like for some reason I'm just not dropping divines today but to get like not even a perfect jeweler's orb or you know anything like that in 10 maps is kind of wild for me. Maybe it's dynamic culling. Maybe dynamic culling is culling all of the divines off of my maps before they tink. 1 second. What is this? Hmm. Okay, let's see. Come on. They're like regal shards. Yeah, no, the one thing that I was really hoping for with 0.3 is whenever they introduced all of the new currency, the graders and the perfects, they did say that, like, you know, that introducing those things should inherently like have a positive effect on loot because they would have it so like you would drop less of the bad things as you like did higher monster levels. I could have sworn that that was part of the presentation in an interview to some degree. But I still drop fucking shards from bosses, from like powerful map bosses. I drop shards. I mean, I just dropped shards from in the simulacrum, which is a 80 level 82. Like that's like who wants chance shards at this rate? Like I've dropped regal shards from bosses. Like, what do they think we're doing with that? Like, just don't drop anything, honestly. I can understand dropping nothing, but I cannot understand being like, maybe this will help them. Yeah, like occasionally I'll get a div or something, but like it's so rare. It's just like they're basically like just a rare. They're basically just just a single rare, except they're obviously much harder. Um, I hope that they get that. I hope that's some feedback that they've gotten out of this, whether it be like through people saying it or through just the data that they got, is that people have no interest in running uh, like but also like okay, so like people have no interest in running like powerful boss map things unless they have inherently high like rare monsters or rarity already or something. They're not running them for the boss drops. Um, like so the tablets also suck in the sense that like you know, there's on the boss tree, it's like +1 level if you have a powerful boss on the map, but that doesn't include if you put the powerful boss map or put the powerful boss on with a tablet. Like it's, I swear that like that bosses to some degree are like broken. Like I think that like map bosses, I think to some degree are broken. Like not saying you can't get to. I've gotten plenty of divines from them. I've gotten drops, but like I'm running a shit ton of maps, and I'm running less maps now than I used to run earlier in the league, where I would run like 50 plus maps a day easily. Um, yeah, and it's just it feels like bosses are like fundamentally broken, especially which feels even worse now that you have to complete the boss, like as uh, that's the defining way to complete a map is to defeat the boss. Like I think there's going to be a lot of changes to that sort to the. There's going to be a lot of revisions to the changes that they made mid-league. I think having the map bosses, like I like bosses, but like nothing has made me like less interested in like the completion of a map than having a boss be the completion and having to do it on every map. It's also like I've seen a lot of people who are like, you know, my character just isn't really good for single target DPS. Like it's just not like meant for that. So like in a way, like in a way, it almost like encroaches on build diversity because you basically have to be like, oh, every boss every build now has to be able to defeat like a juiced out zero revive, you know, deli map boss with all 10 points in it. Like otherwise, like you're just, you know, Otherwise, like, why would you, like, how else are you running your maps, you know what I mean? Like, are you running them, you know, with revives and without deli and stuff like that? Like, most people aren't. Most people don't want to because of the, yeah, like, it's, like I said, like, it wouldn't be, like, I understand the concept of it, but I think that, like, in a current time, whenever we have to, one of the main issues, and I think it is probably the main issue. Every league is build diversity. I think that a lot of times they make these changes that are very like short-sighted. Yeah. Juice citadels are pretty nasty. Um, yeah, I can do a juiced citadel boss with deli, but I don't. Like, I'll just do it without deli because you can still get 2 fragments from it without delirium. It's just not worth it to do it with the delirium, especially since like you said, the map boss drops are just so bad anyway. It's like, why would you make this harder on yourself? The only reason you make them harder on yourself in a regular map is because otherwise the map doesn't drop shit. But then again, you just saw that you could even juice them to the gills and the map still not drop shit. Oh, a closed dome. Okay, so we're back with the bad luck. The curse has not been broken. The curse is still alive and well. How many? Oh, we might have to run more simulacrum because ugh. Watch out. I'll run like a. See, it's annoying too because like I have this like stupid feeling in the back of my head that if I run a map with like nothing on it, that I'll just like I'll drop a div. I'll drop a lock. I'll drop something crazy. There's like 21.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
But yeah, I definitely think another part of it is I'm just running out of good maps to run. Like I'm basically in all the maps that I hate to run. And all the maps that are super repetitive, like running like Penitentiary, Necropolis, Grimhaven, they're all the fucking same. They're all the same, like, and none of them are good. You know, they're all kind of shitty. Um, they haven't figured out how to do that with the Atlas yet. Really, they haven't figured out a way to make it so like I get it, there's like biomes and everything, and they're like around certain citadels there's like certain maps that are more likely to drop and everything, but like, having like 4 penitentiaries, 3 Grimhavens, and like 4 necropolises around an iron citadel just like isn't really fun. Like at one point, like it just feels like kind of fucking stupid. It feels like again, like it feels like certain things are just sort of like lazy and broken. I think a lot of that stuff is hopefully meant to be addressed in this patch because they did say it's an end game overhaul. This is an end game update. The next patch. So, and if that's the case, then like I expect a lot of this stuff to get fixed and totally reworked. Yeah, I hope whatever they decide to do with the, because like whatever they did with towers for juicing was like I'm not sure if I'd say it was a step in the right direction. It was kind of a step in the right direction as far as like what they should have done, but it wasn't a step in the right direction in the case of like practicality. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what the numbers say. What it matters is like how it actually feels when it comes to like what players' sentiment is. And if the general consensus is that like it doesn't feel like I'm getting as much stuff, or like there's less things to do, or something like that, then they need to make some changes. And I think that Like like putting like the extra content on a map is like nice, but like having rituals on your map is useless if you don't really juice for them. Like if you don't juice for rituals and you get a ritual on your map, it's almost like a horrible thing because you're probably not gonna get enough tribute to like get a good omen out, even if one does happen to appear at random. You know what I mean? And if it's not a good omen that's gonna appear, basically nothing's gonna appear in there that you want anyway. You know. So the previous tower juicing system wasn't great, but like but it was there were benefits to it because you could juice things a whole lot higher, a whole lot more. So like whenever I was in my guild, and I was in a guild from 01 till earlier this league, um, basically what happened is we had people in our guild who were just mappers. They liked to just go around and map and find these overlapped cluster towers, and they would set everything up, and then we would run them all as a group. So like I get it where it sucked for solo players to like do stuff like that. Like it really did. Like it was horrible for solo players to look for. But but whenever I would solo map around my Atlas, I never really had that big of a problem with juicing because like I would juice towers as I went, with whatever I had, and like I was still getting, moderately good drops, and at that point I didn't have any rarity on my gear, so like I don't know, it didn't feel that bad. Oh, yo, curse is broken, people. I don't think I've ever dropped two divine like that. They've always dropped out separately, even out of the same mob. um I've never had that happen. Never seen 2x next to a divine that drops out of a mob. Or maybe because it dropped out of the wave and not the mob. But yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I think that like the current map juicing system isn't bad, but like the best juicing I think was whenever they switched over to the new system, they allowed the previous maps juice to still be on there. So like a lot of people went out and they juiced a bunch of maps beforehand, and then they got to use the new system as well. So they basically doubled down, and I think that felt amazing. That was insane. Like that felt like we were just dropping shit all over the place. And I don't think that we need that, but I think that like perhaps they could still use towers for juicing, because right now towers are effectively useless. Like there's no reason to run towers at all. They're kind of some of the worst maps in the game too. So like maybe we could just use one precursor tablet to juice towers with, or maybe like they could use a different item entirely rather than a precursor. Maybe they come up with something else that you could put in a tower. That just allows you to, have a little bit of extra juice on an entire area. That way you could like use one tablet to juice a large area. Therefore you don't have to like, run through a bunch of tablets every time you're, with each map that you run. Which I think that like, and they also like some of the numbers are just really bad with the tablets. Like they're not the high end is not nearly as high on some of them. Like quantity tablets are clearly really bad with, like, before you were able to get, I think it was 7% quantity, but you could overlap towers. So like if you had 3 overlapping towers and you just blasted a bunch of quantity, you could have like 63% quantity, which was insane. And whenever and the same things with like rarity and rare monsters and stuff, you could just overlap a whole lot more stuff. Now you have a whole lot less options in how you juice your stuff. So I think if they made it so you could put one tablet in, or one item that juices like an area in, I think that would be really, really, that would do a lot. You could even make it some unique item, whatever the hell whatever you want. Just more ways to juice it than they have now, because it just doesn't feel. It feels actually more boring now. I'll say that. It feels like it doesn't feel as good in any way, and I think I think some people like it more. I'm not gonna say no one that it doesn't benefit some people, because I'm sure it does. But I think that there is definitely, from what I've been able to sense, a majority of people who haven't been as excited to chew through their atlas with the new system. So they got to, and it's also like other things like removing. They used to not have. They used to have like the rare, like whenever you went onto a map, you could see all the rare monsters on your map, and killing the rare monsters was the objective to clear the map. So you can kind of just like go through, kill the rares, and sort of be done with the map at your own pace, right? Um, which I think a lot of people really preferred that because, you know, they didn't have to, like, basically, like, now it's basically forces you to clear everything out of a map, which, you know, my character's so fast, I don't really mind clearing a whole map. Um, but if you're not fast, you know, again, like, these are, like, things that, like, in a way, inadvertently, uh, they fuck up the build diversity aspect of it, because now you're less likely to want to pick a build that might be slower because you actually have to go through every nook and cranny of a map to make sure that you didn't waste the juice of your, you know, 2 divines worth of tablets that you have on each map. You know what I mean? Like, or, you know, divine. You know, if you like, most people are juicing using like a series of 3 tablets right now that usually cost about a divine. Like, that's kind of what it seems to be the average. So, like, yeah, you don't want to miss anything, so you don't want to be slow to take 10 minutes to go through a map. Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. Like, yeah, and like, yeah, so they need to like adjust some of the numbers, hopefully, on tablets, and they need to like just find more ways to do it, really. Um, the thing is, though, is if they introduce like delve as the main uh yeah, the main thing now, from what I know, that's like almost like a that's almost like a I don't want to say it's a replacement, because it's not a replacement, it's a league mechanic, but it seems to be a mechanic that people do kind of in place of like your normal mapping. It doesn't seem super additive. It seems like a lot of people who do delve, like they create builds that are going to be better at delve in a lot of ways. Like, not saying that they can't clear other content, but it seems like that's kind of how it's a lot of stuff ends up going. Um, with that specific mechanic. So it'll be interesting to see, because like that's not going to be something that I feel like makes things like feel better as far as like the end game juicing situation. You know, the end game. I feel like you wouldn't even necessarily think about it in terms of being like you could still you could find probably delve profitable and helpful and still think the end game mechanics aren't necessarily up to par. So like I feel like they still need to like make sure that they rework what they've revised specifically from the tower setup into something that's a little bit more fun. Um, it's also like, you know, like that was also kind of the sentiment from a lot of the like content creators and stuff, that the end game juicing just doesn't feel as good. Because a lot of those people are, you know, they're pushing the ceiling. You know what I mean? They're pushing the ceiling of a lot of that stuff. So just like putting that sentiment out there that the end game doesn't feel good. People already have it in their minds that the end game doesn't feel as good as it could. Okay, we're at the last wave. Another closed town. Hey, but we got 2 divines, so we're kind of okay with that one. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that they've got. I don't want to say they like have their work cut out for them, but I mean like I think that like whenever it comes to like adding stuff for the campaign, like they did last league, I think that that's kind of like a. I don't want to say it's an easy task because I'm sure it's like more of a task for them in a lot of ways, but I feel like it's it's kind of a weird thing because like I don't think people are as critical of stuff like that. They don't really because like they run through a lot of people just run through the campaign once and they're like okay cool done, you know. Um, so yeah, I don't think people are nearly as like critical about a lot of that stuff as much as they want to make sure that it works out really well and people really like it. Um, but I think people are a little bit more critical of the end game mechanics because that's where they spend all their time. You know, that's where they actually spend their investment. You know, like and I don't need more map bosses. I don't even necessarily need more maps. I would trade more maps and more map bosses for just like a better distribution of how the maps are set up. Yep, that's. And I think most people would. I think most people would just rather, you know, they don't necessarily need more map bosses. There's tons of map bosses and maps, honestly. There's tons of both. Like they could use more, but like not right now. Like right now they need to balance out the juicing really. That's like the number one for sure, 100%. Everyone get kind of agrees. And you're talking to someone who's, you know, had thousands of divine this league. I've had a ton of divine. Not saying that I need more, it just needs to feel better when the way it's set up. Because I'm sure me going through 10 maps and not getting anything is a common sentiment to a lot of people who are more who don't play as much and don't have like builds that are as kitted out. Yeah, if we don't get any, hopefully next day or so we'll get some more information. I think at the latest, you know, Thursday, because Thursday is Friday there, you know. But but I'd be surprised if it wasn't earlier just because of the shortened timeline that they have to work with. Pull up So yeah, it's like the 5th of December, which is just 2 weeks from Friday. So like if they announce it for the 5th of December, that means next week they're doing like next Thursday is when they would end up doing the interview or something. Um, and the reveal, which is just a really short timeline. I don't think I've ever seen where they them reveal it and then do the interview the next week, which is kind of what they would do if they ended up not, you know, which is kind of where they'd be at if they announce it on like Thursday, Friday. I mean, anything's possible, especially with Christmas coming up and they're not necessarily being on the same timeline that they would prefer to be on. I need another double div. I need another double div drop, guys. That's the new standard. If it's not a double div, I'm not sure why it's even dropping in my game. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because they get like 2 weeks off or something, or 3 weeks off for vacation, something ridiculous like that. Yeah, like I said, the 12th is like the absolute latest they could ever consider doing it. And even that's a stretch though, because like the thing is, like if anyone finds an exploit after they leave the office, that will wreck the economy for the entire league. Like if someone finds some sort of like, I don't know, like what was it, the in last league they introduced the tablet with the unique tablets, and there was the ritual one, and people were set up an area with overlapping towers so that they could essentially re-roll their they'd re-roll their rituals for free, and then they would use the what's it called, the unique ritual tablet, Freedom of Faith, which allowed you to re-roll it as many times as you want, as long as you had the tribute to do so. And they would just roll, and people were getting mirrors. Like people could basically just sit there and roll their fucking, rituals forever. So like if something like that were to come out while they were on a 3-week break, they'd come back to an absolute broken mess of economy that they really couldn't fix. They would just have to like kind of deal with it. They could fix it, but like as far as like the damage that would be done to the people who would be playing it, they'd just have a dead league, and then they'd have to go on and just go work on PoE 1 and then come back to their dead ass league and decide how they're gonna pick up the pieces. So yeah, I do think that the 5th is seemingly more and more likely. Yeah. And like they only release on Fridays, so it has to be the 5th. There was one content creator who made a video about it being on the 5th, about basically it having to be on the 5th. I did not watch it. I just saw the thumbnail and I need to check it out. But I'm sure he's correct because he's a long-time PoE 1 player for like decade plus. And he's one of the top like smart content creators with like their timelines and stuff like that. But I'm sure, yeah, there's no way that they can, like I said, the 12th is the absolute latest, and that's if they know, that's if they have a pretty good idea that nothing they're going to add is going to be exploited. But like the more you think about it, changing endgame content is definitely more exploitable than when they change like campaign content. Like they could put a whole new act in and go to and probably leave for a month and not like there wasn't really any like crazy exploits this league, and it's because most of the changes, most of the big changes were to the campaign, and no one really, you can't really take that stuff and like run with it too much. Whereas like the 0-2 one, which wasn't really like a full league, but it was, there wasn't changes to the campaign really. There was some like quality of life stuff and some cleaning up that they did in the campaign. It was mostly endgame stuff. Not a lot, but it was still mostly endgame stuff. They added like the unique maps. Like I think we had Untainted Paradise before. We had very few unique maps. They added a lot of unique maps. They had the Asnari Spirits. They added, I feel like that it was a little bit more of the focus that time. Not nearly as much as this one though. So we'll see. We'll see if they break their game and then leave for the holiday for 3 weeks. It's a scary thought though. It's definitely kind of a scary thing. Like not just from their perspective, but like being like, oh, it would suck to be like super hyped about it and then like a weekend have something like that drop and then just be like, oh, I guess I'm not gonna play this game till the next league because, you know, because now nothing is worth anything or everything is too, you know, some crazy price due to some weird exploit. Nothing yet. Come on. I actually think I need to watch that video. Also, everything we know at this point, outside of the fact that it's an endgame update for the most part, we don't really know anything about it at all. We know it's an endgame update. We know we got a Drew. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they need well, I do think Delve is going to help that because Delve is more like a separate system than like something that they add to the maps. So I think that will probably help that a lot. If that ends up being, we don't know. But if that's the way that they go, I think that will be a little bit more exciting because it gives you a different way to approach kind of the content, and still gives you good rewards that aren't like I feel like the rewards in like Trials of Sekima and Trials of Chaos just aren't really that good. They're not really worthwhile compared to, you know, running maps for the most part. And running maps does get exceedingly boring after a long time. But it's not like the most engaged way you could play the game for sure. But I think like something like the right league mechanic that's not just like they kind of need a league mechanic that's not just an addition to a map at this point. We are technically like they did say that we might get the I'm not sure if it's totally right. They didn't like confirm it, but that we could potentially see the third Ascendancy trial. But I don't know if that's even meant to go into like Act 4 or if they were meant to fit it in. Another closed helm, what the hell? Boo. Yeah, I don't know if that's meant like the Trial of Ancestors or whatever. I'm not sure if that's meant to go in this league. I know that they kind of mentioned that they were working, that they just weren't done with it. And if that's the case, we might get something like that. It'd be kind of cool. At the same time, though, I don't think like any of the trials are like necessarily like super exciting. And I wouldn't expect this one to be like some like mind-blowing thing either. Just kind of my thought on that. But it would just give people another option who don't like Sekima's or Trial of Chaos. But like from what I know, like Trials, I think what they said was that I don't remember exactly, but I thought in an interview they said that they were gonna like rework Trial of Ancestors to be quite different from how it was in PoE 1. Or if it's even going to be, I don't know if it's even going to be called that. I think it is, but who knows. Or maybe it was called that. Maybe it's called that in the fourth act, whenever before you fight Yama or whatever. I think maybe they refer to it as something like that. I don't 100% remember honestly. But like, you know, that getting something like that could be helpful, especially if it's like it's probably not like I can't imagine it being like all that rewarding though. Like I feel like all the like Sekima's is kind of like this weird high benchmark for rewarding in the sense that like you get these vase relics that are worth tons of divine, you can get like really good timeless jewels, you can get the I'm sorry, I didn't mean vase relic, I meant like temporalis. Like obviously temporalis isn't like something super common, but like it's like the most valuable, one of the most valuable things you can get in the game. And you can actually get it in some semblance of a deterministic fashion. And like for, what do you call it? For Trials of Chaos, like the best thing you have is like an Adorned Diamond, but you have to get like, you have literally a 1 in, I think it's a 1 in 200 chance to drop an Adorned Diamond, and of that 1 in 200 chance, you have a 1 in 100 chance for it to be like a, you know, or we'll just say a 1 in 50 chance for it to be above a 50%, and like you realistically need it in like 90% above for it to be really, really valuable. So it just doesn't seem like, I don't know. I hope that they come up with something else that gives people options and everything, but like I feel like those types of trials, it's such a stupid crapshoot. Like you have to really like lock in and be like, this is what I'm doing all league to make it something that's like excessively valuable. And I haven't done a lot of Trials of Sekimas, but I did a few days of Trials of Sekimas, and it was boring. It was really boring. I think I made maybe 25 divine in 3 days. Like it was not like some money factory. Maybe it'd be better now, but and I had pretty good relics. Like I had decent relics going on. My biggest sales were, I got like one timeless jewel that was worth like 20, it was worth like 15 div. That was like my #1 seller, and then I had like some relics. I ran my, yeah, it's not profitable because it only costs an exalt to run, right? Like, but like, you know, it's so cheap to run, so like that's like the upside to it. But like, you know, I got like a few against the darkness jewels, but they were all shit. You know what I mean? Like they're all worth a couple exalts. You know, a chaos orb. You know, like even if you got one that has like that has lightning, if it just has lightning, it's only worth like, I don't know, at this point like 5 divine or something like that. Like, and the relics are like what, almost are pretty much 5 divine. So unless you basically get like there's like a few options that you can have, like single affixes that are going to be worth that, and like the double affixes. I think if you to get 2 affixes that you want to get is, I believe, a like 1 in 0.79 chance to get, or something like that. Like any 2 affixes that you would choose, like because none of them are weighted differently. So like if you want cold and lightning, it's the same as a fire and lightning, chaos and lightning, whatever, but it's a 1 in 0.8 chance basically to get it. So like you'd have to run 8. So then, you know, you got to spend, you know, 500 div on base relics, or run 1,000 things to get you base relics. I think are you thinking about the you're probably thinking about the Vase Relic, um, the one for Against the Dark. It's not worth 20 divine at this point, though. Like, the most expensive one is the Incense Relic, and that one's worth a lot, but that one, I believe, has like a, like a 1%, something like a 1% chance or something like that to drop. It's as rare as dropping the Against the Darkness that you're hoping to drop. Like, the best thing you can do is get is run for relics and hope to get like 2 Vase Relics every time, and if you get like if you were to get like a last Flame Relic or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's just such a crapshoot. Like, there's no, like, I'm not saying that we need to have like totally deterministic ways to get a certain amount of currency or whatever, but like we should definitely have ways that don't feel like, you know, like you're playing a slot machine while blindfolded. Holy shit. 2 of them in one of the smallest areas. Crazy fun. Yeah, it should feel better than what it does. And I will say that whenever I ran Sekimas, I did not drop a single div in like 3 days. In Trials of Sekima. So like it's definitely not like, it's definitely a lot of not feeling good. Like at least you could say with the Trials of Chaos is like it definitely like pays consistently. Like you definitely get like enough consistent like soul cores that are at least worth something. Like I'd go and I'd get like, a few hundred exalts out of each one, a couple hundred exalts, which is like not good. Like that's not fucking good at all. But like you could run a Sekimas and basically feel like you got pretty much nothing of value out on some of your runs. Which obviously you can do with Simulacrum, like I've been doing. But like, yeah, I still get a few hundred with the Delirium. Oh shit, I need to get off my horse. Is there monsters in the room with us? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, save yourself. I've heard of people just running like this, like, because I don't think like any of the soul cores are like disallowed from the 7-room trials either. I've heard of people just running the 7 trial rooms as well and things like that. Oh, you can do 7 rooms in probably 8 minutes, realistically, like less than 10 minutes. Especially if you're, if you're fast. Again, though, that's part of the, the issue is that like all of this stuff basically is like kind of like, yeah, and there's no way around it. Like you have to be fast to profit on it. The faster you are, the more money you make. So like that alone is always going to be kind of a thorn in the side of build diversity. Is it and I'll be honest, like as much as like I'm excited to see the Druid, I am excited to see the Druid. But I have no hopes that it's going to be like a great class. Not trying to be like a Debbie Downer, because I think it's going to be really cool because like Druid just in general has really cool abilities. But like, if you told me like what combination of like strength, dex, and int I would want on on like a really good character for this game, I don't think it would be strength int. I feel like strength int is kind of like a, unless you know they got to come out with a lot of gear, a lot of uniques, a lot of you know, because I don't think that there's a lot of combinations and modifiers that are really going to help. Like I don't like you're just going to end up wanting to go full energy shield. You're not going to want to hybrid energy shield with your armor, because armor sucks. So and there's not like they're pretty far from the major energy shield nodes that you get from like the witch and the or the like potentially where like the monk is and stuff. There's some energy shield nodes and stuff. Yeah, armor sucks. So like if it's in a place that's like between armor and energy shield, like everyone's just going to be stacking energy shield again, which is like, but it's just going to be harder to do it, you know. And so I don't know what defensive layer, how good defensively a class like that can be. Oh, nothing. Fucking garbage again. Ugh. You know, like it would have to like be like a so defensively I'm not like looking at it like this is going to be the best defensive class, and like offensively, like, you know, you're really dependent on things like clear speed. You know what I mean? If you don't have really good clear speed and really good, you know, speed in general, you're not usually a good class in this game. So, and where they're like situated on the tree, I don't think that they actually have a lot of options for speed, you know. So I think it'll be cool. I think what we're going to end up with is a class that a lot of people play. A lot of people are going to play it for sure. Like that's definitely a thing. But they're going to probably spend a whole lot of currency getting it to the point where it's even usable at all.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Or at least like totally worthwhile. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll give it skills and items and stuff that absolutely like blow it up, make it blow out of the water and everything. But just like on the surface, based off of like what we know from the passive tree, what we kind of get out of gear and everything, like, you know, kind of it. You know, I'm kind of expecting something like the Amazon to happen. Like the Amazon mostly sucked. You know what I mean? The Amazon sucked besides the Lightning Spear. And the only reason Lightning Spear worked is because they had Tangle Tongue in it, which was really easy to get and really powerful. And so, like, if they introduce an item like Tangle Tongue, but, like, say for the Druid, like, it'll probably make the Druid pretty powerful, but people also will likely, there's a good chance that, like, since any class can use any item, that they can just figure out how a way to retrofit it onto a class that does things better. Like, you know, like doing like the ritualist is actually a really high option for things like that, because, you know, it's got a third ring slot. You could potentially like imagine like you know, because like things like the druid's not going to be the only thing that can shapeshift, because like whenever you have skills, like anyone can do it. Like you're going to have shapeshifting Deadeyes. You know what I mean? You're going to have like, if there is an animal form that increases their movement speed, guess who's taking it? Deadeye. Deadeye's gonna eat that, and we're just gonna be zooming again. So I don't know. I hope that the druid's better. I'm just not. It's definitely not in my plan to play it right off the bat until I see like what other people tend to do with it. But like I assume like so that like there's going to be 3 forms. I assume one of the forms is going to be like offensive, one like an boost attack power to some degree. One's going to be like defensive, and one's going to be speed. Like I have a feeling that it's going to break down something like that. Like one form might like boost your crit, one form might boost your
like armor, energy, and evasion. One might boost attack speed and movement speed, you know? And if something like that happens, then we're just going to see a lot of different builds morphing into animals. Like, I think that's kind of where we're going to be at anyway. Druid's just going to be like an opportunity for more items to be introduced that get exploited by other builds. Yeah, armor energy shield is like kind of a shit combination, I think. The only hybrid, like, and honestly, like the only hybrid that kind of worked was evasion energy shield, and then they like then they made evasion really good. So I don't think it's gonna be the same category as the warrior in a lot of ways. Like I think the warrior has like there's always the outlier. There's always like a high probability of some sort of an outlier scenario where they give it some really giga weapon that it's allowed to use. But I think, or that it figures out a way to make really strong. Like I said, like Tangle Tongue with the Amazon. But then once people start doing things like they did after 2 weeks, people started doing Deadeye with Lightning Spear. They went, oh, this is better. So like I think that you could see stuff like we could see the warrior being like a better druid, you know what I mean? Kind of like how the blood mage is better at as a spark mage, right? Like we in 0-1 we had a really good spark. Then they nerfed it, and then they nerfed it. Then they brought I'm trying to think, you know, they brought in certain items and certain skills that made the blood mage excel with spark. So now you just have like, you know, that's your spark build is blood mage. So like I think that like there's a good chance that we could see something like that happen, where something totally unrelated just ends up kind of co-opting what the druid brings to the table. Because a lot of people don't like the defensive layer of necessarily armor an energy shield, which is where, like, just based off of how the trees are set up, like, whenever you say armor energy shield, that means that on the passive tree you're going to have more access to nodes that are energy shield, but also armor. You know, you're going to have both of those, and, like, people don't want to invest in armor because it's not as useful. Unless armor gets a total overhaul, you know, armor could get an overhaul. We could see that. But like every time they overhaul armor, like they've made changes to armor almost pretty much every patch, every update. But like they always do something else that makes that sort of side of the tree kind of weaker. They never like just they never just make it better. You know, they always make some things better and some things worse. So like we'll have to really see. But like I said, I'm just not like holding my breath. The druid is going to be like the build that makes everything more diverse, you know? And we'll even see if the whole, like the shape-shifting, unless the shape-shifting is total, it also depends if the shape-shifting is tied to an ascendancy entirely, and like if, like, and how it's, you know what I mean? Like if it's not, like, passive tree or no, I guess not passive tree, but like, on a weapon, or an item of some sort, like if it's a skill gem, then anyone can use it though. It's like even like Hollow Palm Monk is probably the top Hollow Palm, but like I think that Hollow Palm Ritualist actually looks like the better build. Like, yeah, that's the thing about this game, is that nothing is tied to specific classes. If nothing is tied to specific classes, then it's all about, like, you know, how can we make in the end, the game is all about how can we make the fastest build that's strong enough to clear the content. And I don't see the druid as being like a fast build. I know a lot of people are excited for it though, which is cool. It'll be a lot of people will be jumping on it for sure. And I mean, like, any build can clear the campaign and do most of the content. It's just a matter of like who's going to be like the top build, and if you're not like the top build, then you kind of get beat up by the economy, you know, because if you're not the fastest, then you know you're taking longer to get everything, you know. If it takes you longer to get from point A to point B, then everything becomes more expensive and just not feel as good. Oh, what is that? Oh, crush shield. I like how I've like self-exiled myself into the simulacrum because of how bad my drops were on those last 10 maps. I mean, still more profitable in those last 10 maps, but not great. Not great. I'm like sitting here wondering like what happened. Like what did I do differently between today and yesterday to deserve this? Is it because I'm talking shit on the druid? Is that it? But no, like naturally, like I like the idea of the druid. Like the druid would be the class that I would gravitate. If all things were equal, I think like I would like the druid for sure. It would be the class that I definitely go to. But knowing this game is, you know, I know that all things are not equal. And and also like if you're playing SSF, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're playing SSF, you can pretty much just kind of pick your favorite build, which is cool. But if you want to if you want to engage in the economy, then there are more things to consider. I actually want to talk to one of my old guild mates because he's like excited about the druid, but I think he's just kind of excited. He's kind of excited about the druid and has been for a while. I kind of want to talk to him what his general thoughts are on, because like he might just be of the mind that like I don't care, I just want to play the druid, but he also might be like I want to play the druid, but I know it's gonna suck either way, or because he's been thinking about it for like, you know, basically since the second league when some people thought it was coming in. Um, it'll be interesting to get some other people's thoughts on it because I know people are like excited about it, but I haven't heard anyone really like dissect it and talk about like what they think is going to be good and what is going to be bad about it. Like, I mean, I guess we can kind of look. Where's the druid gonna be? It's like blood magic. Is it gonna be like here? I'm trying to think where, or is it down here? I feel like. This is kind of like where the Alright, I think it's going to be in this section, right? Is this the yeah, I think this is kind of the section where it's going to be. Yeah, shape-shifting, here we go. So we've got, here we got shape-shifting, but like this is just these are just generic attack damage nodes, so we don't really know about that too much. They've got mana regeneration. They've got summon totem stuff. You got some minion stuff. Let's see. Let's go down here and see a little bit closer to where they're critical spell damage. Effect. Trying to see, like, they don't really have too many good defensive nodes down here. Melee attack speed, like, cast speed. Like, this is kind of, like, normally you start off and you have a certain amount of defensive nodes. I guess there we go. Armor and energy shield. So yeah, that's where we're really going to be looking at. Life regency. It's like you don't want really life regen if you're taking energy shield. You want energy shield recovery. You got like these you have all these crit nodes. Like you're just gonna be. I mean, support skills by unleash. Have 20% seal gain. Okay, so there's some recovery. I guess like you could argue that it'll have some good. You can have a really heavy crit. Seems like there's going to be a lot of good crit stuff going on with it, potentially. I guess it's mana regen. See, like, mana regen would be cool, but, like, all the good, like, mana-based stuff is kind of up in the witch area. It's kind of a far trek for that. This area of them, also, like, if you can't tell compared to all the other areas, this area is empty. So all that stuff is going to get filled up. So is it like... So I guess it's going to be like this kind of slice up here. It's going to be... So I guess this is going to be like a big one here. Energy shield and mana regen. So like that's probably going to be like a hallmark area to get over to. But it also makes me wonder if like they're going to like come over here and try to do like blood magic or something. I don't know. I don't know. Like I haven't really seen a lot of people talk about what they think is going to come out of the druid as far as like what it's going to add to the game besides the skills of like elemental magic, earth magic kind of stuff, physical spells I guess, but like there's not, I mean I guess the spell damage, yeah, I mean you have to really path the building it just, but like we don't know enough about the class yet, but I mean it's got some minion nodes. It just doesn't seem like they're gonna have to fill out more of this tree for sure. I mean, this is kind of nice, this little like attack damage section, but these are all gonna change. These are all just generic. So like a lot of this stuff is probably like totally gonna be flipped on its head. Link skills, damageable minions. Link skills have 10% buff. 30% less critical on a full, more critical damage when on low life. All for one. Hey, look, in case you're a My Hero Academia fan. One for all. Unlimited number of summon totems. 75 spirit each. Yikes. +2 to limit of minions summon. So, like... I will say that, like, you know, I have been interested in making like a minions build. I just don't like um minion builds are fucking expensive. Like pretty much from the jump. Like it's kind of hard to do them affordably. Um and like clear all the content that you want to, from what I've seen. Um
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
So like I could like if there's a way that they make it so you can do like a nice affordable uh like druid minion. And I think that the idea of the druid minion sounds more exciting to me than the skeleton armies from the lich and stuff. I could be persuaded either way if they just weren't super expensive. But yeah, there's that section of the if you on the passive tree is just so empty right now that the data mining that's going to take place is going to be pretty immense. And I will also be honest, of the classes that have yet to come to the game, which would be Druid, Duelist, Templar, and Shadow as far as I know, the Druid is, I mean, of those, like, probably my least excited. Like, I'm excited for Duelist because I want swords. Um, Templar I don't know enough about, but a lot of people seem to really be interested in... Whoa, 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 whoa. Why am I getting this pause action? Oh my gosh, am I gonna have to leave and come back? Okay, it's cleared. Clear. Um, like Duelist, Templar, and specifically Shadow. I'm really excited for Shadow. That'll probably be like the last class that they introduce, though. Traps and daggers sound really fun. But yeah, swords would be really fun too. So I'm already looking past. What I'm saying is that I'm already looking past the druid. I already have decided that the druid isn't for me, and I'm waiting for the next class to come out in a year. I wonder if they're going to, because like they did say when they released the game that it was going to be in early access for a year, and obviously that's not going to happen. Even like for March, obviously, March or April, it wouldn't happen. So it'll be interesting to see if they do some sort of a revised timeline. I think that that's actually kind of likely to be announced alongside this update, since it is the year that this was when they expected to release the game into full access. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Just gonna pause it for a second, maybe let it... Nope, it's gonna pause itself. I mean, I ain't worried about dying or anything, but... Okay. Yay, Chaos Orb, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm still hoping, alongside, that the druid goes well, but I'm always hoping that the warrior gets more love without getting fucking nuked on some level. Like, they've never had it be like a powerhouse and be like, you know, they've never had it be too good, yet they've always made sure to nerf it, you know? So I'd like to see them maybe not nerf it. Just add some buffs and not worry about nerfing. Cool. I think that they should allow you to like dual wield weapons and actually use two weapons, not just like get the skill effects from two weapons. Like I think it'd be cool if you could throw two spears like back to back at like a faster rate, because like their attack speed is really slow, but if you had like two that you were using like back to back, it would be faster. You know? Like, I don't know. It would be like a good answer to the fact that they're slow as shit. And it's not something that like hasn't been done in a game. Warriors should have like more increased attack speed with melee weapons. Like I know that they have sub nodes like that, but they should have like a shit ton more nodes because they're strong. They should be able to like, swing heavy weapons fast. I don't know. Could be cool. I just want to drop another fucking tink in here, guys. If I drop another tink, I'll be done, but... Yep. Yeah, last league it was better defensively with the Smith of Katava. When they introduced the Smith of Katava, it had a whole lot more defensive capabilities. I feel like some of the single damage was hard, especially when you went into like parties of people and the higher pinnacle bosses, but the defensive angle of it, they did get down really well. But then this league, they nerfed the defenses on the Smith. So then you just, it kind of invalidated I don't want to say it totally invalidated that ascendancy, but it definitely made people go back to the original two ascendancies more than the Smith. So like that was like the whole thing about the Smith, was that you had this ability to basically just use a regular white plate of armor and then get like basically like you could, before you even got to the end game, you would be maxed out on your resists basically. Which was huge, especially for early mapping. I have no idea what's happening with this shit right now. What the hell? Oh, damn, disconnected. What? But yeah, it was a really good defensive juggernaut. Like I would go into maps with a full party, my entire party would die, and I couldn't kill the boss because it was like a 6-person boss, and I just didn't have enough single target DPS. But it would take the boss a while just to whittle down my health and stuff, just because I had a ton of health, I had life regen, I had good armor, and everything was pretty good with it. But then they obviously made some adjustments this league. We'll call them adjustments. Um, Yo, this needs to stop. This has something to do with my drops being bad, I think. This is Jonathan Rogers nerfing me specifically. See, but Cossus comes in and everything comes clean. What the hell? Everything cleans up when Cossus is here. Everyone behaves when Cossus shows up. Hey, that's what we want to see. Perfect Chaos Orb, guys. They're paying me off. Yeah, I'll be interested to see, I'll be really interested to see exactly how they decide to nerf this build. That's honestly, like, what I'm really interested in seeing. Like, like, are they gonna, like, reduce, like, because it's not like a crit build. Like, we crit a lot. We definitely crit a lot, but it's not like a disgusting amount. Are they gonna, like, I don't know. I don't know, cut speed, or, like, they're gonna remove... They're gonna nerf the constricting command, but is that enough? Like, what else are they gonna be able to nerf? Are they gonna nerf the amount of damage that converts physical to lightning on lightning arrow? Are they gonna change how it like is able to proc with lightning rod and the fucking tornadoes? Like, 'cause it's kind of just like it's kind of just exploits a lot of things that aren't super like crazy spectacular on their own. It synergizes things that are not, that are just that aren't crazy good on their own. And now the game looks like it's running really smooth compared to what it was. I shouldn't have said that out loud though. Last wave. What do you think, guys? Another closed helm? You think it's gonna be another closed helm? Hey, we got a diamond, finally. Let's go check it out. Giga diamond. Nope. Some shit I've never seen. Hazard damage? Ugh. Link skill? What's a link skill? What the hell is a link skill? Okay. I'm gonna cash out some of these delirium. I kind of want to... It's kind of a nice brain turned off thing. Let's see if we can just get some choss. We got 35 of these. That's gonna be good.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Let's see, 5 of these versus... How many of these do I have? 26. Oh, nice. Okay, so we have enough for some more splinters.
Let's see if there are any takers.
Okay. I'm in Simulacrum jail, man. What's the value of the perfect chaos right now? Let's see. 3 div. And, or
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
wait, did I? Oh,
What's needed? Can I help? I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
let's go. Gotta get another double div drop. Gotta get some more luck in here. Let's go for the world record simulacrum run. Yeah, I like having fast builds. It'll be interesting to see what someone does with the Deadeye, aka what's Fubgun gonna do with his Deadeye next league. But yeah, usually they do stuff like they'll nerf like the key piece of gear that's used, so they'll definitely nerf constricting command. They nerf like the skill, so they'll definitely nerf like lightning arrow and lightning rod, and honestly those are probably it. That's probably all they need to nerf. And then they usually nerf passive nodes, so like they'll probably triple tap it. Wonder if they'll just like cut crit nodes in half or something like that. I don't know exactly what they could do. Because crit's not like the biggest problem with this build. It's the speed, so if anything they would cut the speed nodes down. But I feel like they already did that. this league. They cut a bunch of the speed down this league, I'm pretty sure, in the passive tree. So maybe they just double tap it with lightning arrow, lightning rod, and constricting command. I mean, I guess they could also just like change like modifiers too as well, like. But I feel like that's also harder because that affects every build a lot. Like modifiers on rare items and stuff. And I mean, like, they're probably also gonna, like, nerf, I mean, people have been saying it for a bit, and they really, well, they did do it, but not enough, is, nerf energy shield, because energy shield stackers it's just such a huge fucking, it's kind of the only defensive layer people really give a shit about anymore. Honestly, like, if this build, like, if we were to, like, with the changes that they made in 0.3.1 to deflection, if they had made if that's how it had run the entire time from the beginning, I'm sure that this build would have been switched more or less to an energy shield build in some ways. Because the evasion doesn't do anything for me. Certainly not deflection. I divested out of all deflection because it wasn't enough. Wasn't stopping me from getting, wasn't stopping me from big physical damage types from one-shotting me. So, better just invest those points and those types of things into DPS so they just don't kill you, so they just don't hit you at all. Into speed, realistically. Invest them into speed for your defensive layer. I guess but then at the same time, energy shield, from what I know, is pretty wild in PoE 1 as well. So like it's kind of like the only, I guess, like one of the major things people get behind. Yeah, the only like mega energy shield build I've run was more or less my Spark in 0.1. Other than that, I've mostly worked in a lot of evasion and armor because I keep doing warriors for no reason. I do like a warrior every league. Didn't really do one this league. I mean, I started one, but I haven't finished them. Haven't even finished the campaign. Basically played one really long session. Got him to like, not like really long, but I got him to like the 4th act and was like, oh, okay, this is slow as hell. I'll tell you what though, replaying the campaign, it's kind of funny because like, the one thing I think is like the most odd thing is how much chaos and like poison damage there are early in the game. There's so many things that poison and cause and have chaos damage, which is just crazy because you have like no way of dealing with it that early. Like the idea, like even like the low tier, like chaos damage things, like they're so rare and they suck. They're like not enough to mitigate any real damage. I think that's kind of a funny thing. Like it doesn't matter what what type of defensive layer you have, and you have to basically like always just avoid damage or use life regen. That's like one of the better things about the warriors. You end up doing a lot of life regen early in the campaign for sure. So a lot of that stuff is less effective, but like damage over time early in the game is pretty nasty. Especially with the Abyss. The Abyss makes it even more apparent. Havoc Raiment. Oh, no one wants that. Really? Fall Orb? Okay, last wave again. Come on, give me another diamond. Give me one that doesn't suck. Give me a diamond that you would give the Queen of England. Or France, or something. Give me a diamond that you would be proud to show your grandmother. Oh my god, I finally got the stupid mana flask. It only took me 300 fucking trials, but to get the thing I don't want. You want to talk about a nerf? That was a nerf. What they did to this flask still hurts me. I really liked this flask, not just because it was really good and strong and good for like, you know, the mind over matter sort of build, but because it looked cool. It's all swirly and stuff. But now it's just useless. It doesn't do anything. Just kind of, it just looks cool now. Okay, we'll do one, perhaps two more, and then we'll be done. But I felt like I was in the zone yesterday doing these, and the day before. Like I was just dropping divs like all over the place. I felt like it was something that I was doing as a skilled player. Turns out it was just RNG. Who knew? Who knew? I mean, I guess. Go. Trying to think of anything else coming to the new update that's interesting that we maybe know of or is worth discussing at all. Like the druid's definitely going to have some sort of weapon associated with it. At least one, potentially two. Or not potentially two weapons associated, potentially two weapons that could come to it. Like I speculate that there's a probability that we'll get some sort of swords. Even though the duelist isn't there yet, isn't planned yet. Just because it seems like, and they've acknowledged that it's actually kind of weird that they've played, you know, that the game has been out for a year and there's no swords. It's a, you know, dark fantasy action RPG. Like, there should definitely be swords. Not to mention, like, as far as like the supporter packs goes, like the first supporter pack most people buy is the, you know, the wolf armor one, the Geonor looking one, and it comes with a sword skin. That's totally useless. So like I feel like if they could bring swords in sooner or later, that would make everyone happy. At least give people or axes, but I mean I feel like swords would be a good one. Like honestly, I'm not sure how like swords and axes make it into the game before like maces and mauls. Sort of odd to me. I also think it's funny. Maybe they patched it out this league, but like last league, people would get like megalomaniacs that have like dagger skills on them. Which is just really funny because it was absolutely worthless. It basically bricks whatever your drop was. Hey, everyone's favorite gold ring. Is it going to be the best Ventors ever or the worst Ventors ever? It might be the worst. But honestly, I'd like to just have one that had like positive, all three positive resistance on it for once. It'd just be nice to, it'd be, you know, I get a bunch of them. I never get 3 positive resistances. Just sit here and divot until I get one. Okay. I can get rid of you, bro. I can get rid of you. Shut up. Going around the scarecrow like it's a maypole, guys. Where'd he go? Hmm. Whoever said no news is good news clearly was not a fan of Path of Exile. I think that our motto is something like all news is good news. Or all news is news, something like that. Give us more news, something. Yeah, it's just kind of Simulacrum's kind of boring, but in reality, all it is like it's just like running regular maps, just with less. Takes me less time to decide where to go. I just go right to the simulator. I just go right here. I don't have to decide what map I want to do. It costs a little bit more, but you know, it returns. It's profitable still, especially when you factor in the deliriums and the div drops and everything else. Mostly deliriums and div drops. There's not too much else to go with it. At least not yet as far as megalomaniacs for me. I haven't had a megalomaniac actually worth anything more than a couple of chaos. He still have plenty of paranoia for our next series of maps. Save the paranoia and save the greed, because hey, we're probably going to go back to running 2 paranoia and a greed. Since today was so bad, I feel like I've got a little bit of PoE PTSD from how bad that was. I mean, I've had good results otherwise with the setup that I ran today, but it was so bad that I feel like I can't discount it, and I should definitely make a little bit of a change there, at least to go back to what I was doing before. Honestly, if they they're gonna nerf constricting command, and if they do, like, that's so huge. Like, that's such a huge nerf to this build. Like, you don't need it. You fully can run this build without it, and it's still fucking destructive. But constricting command brings it to another level as far as speed and damage, for sure. And also, like, your ability to not have to worry about mana with Defy too. Bro, quarterstaff? Nothing else? Bro. It's dropping me regal shards, man. Brutal. Alright, we'll just run one more since we have 126 splinters. We just need 14 more, I think. Something like that. Or 137, I need 13 more.
All right, your order is registered.
Let's check out this Ventor's. Ooh, horrible. I mean, I guess the spirit could be worse. It's got 2% rarity, so horrible. But wait, let's go to the Reforge bench. Hey, it's a negative rarity ring. It's got honestly, if it just had the fucking fire res boosted, it'd be actually potentially a good reduced rarity ring. I'm not sure how much people are actually paying for reduced rarity rings, but probably nothing. Like, why the hell would I pay for no rarity? And they would be valid for saying that. Okay, last one, guys. Last one. Let's hope for a big something. Yeah, you drop one good thing in this place and you never want to leave. Dropping a Dialio's Desire a few days ago basically ruined me. I don't want to leave. Honestly, I would just be running Vol City maps if I had any left on my fucking atlas without having to map into a whole different section. But here we are. Easiest game of my life. Just gotta hold that trigger down. Let's go in figure eights. Big drop, big drop, big drop. Come on, drop it. Drop it like it's hot, guys. Nope. No drop. trying to break the record. Stop going to the stash. World record, come on. Just blitzing through. Let's see, Monday. Where's my fucking tink, guys? Where is my tink? My Casas. Hey, we got a tank. Hey, two decent mid-range tanks, but hey, they can't. We got tanks. Mid-range tanks, fuck yeah. I mean, they're kind of like low-end tanks if we're being honest, but they're not quite as low-end as like a perfect Jeweler's Orb, which is like 1 chaos, but they're still like low-end tanks. I feel like perfect Jeweler's Orbs are like they deserve their tinkage early in the league, but after that they should not be tinking. Alright, so wave 13 at 8 minutes and 20 seconds, pretty good, making good time. Gonna break the record. I have no idea if there is a record or what it would be. It's probably they'd probably be done at this exact time. At 9 minutes. Alright guys, should be like 10.5 minutes for this run. It's pretty good. 10.5 minutes per simulacrum. It's like you get 5 simulacrums done in an hour. Definitely not going to lose money, but oh my gosh, another closed tome, guys. A bunch of other garbage. Oh, we did get a couple of things there, so yeah, less than, it was like 10 minutes, 20 seconds. That's pretty good. Alright, I think I'm gonna be done for the night, guys. You guys have a great rest of your night. Be sure to like this live stream, check out my other videos, like those too, and subscribe if you want more PoE content. We're gonna be waiting for news all week. Definitely coming this week, though. They ain't got much time otherwise, so yep. Be sure to see you guys around.